attacking the fellow students because of different reasons. But strictly speaking, I had a meeting about 10 days ago with all the field officers, and I gave them very firm instructions that they must stick to the safety standards of the schools.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has urged students to prioritize good character alongside academic achievement following the deadly fire at Utumishi Girls Academy in Gilgil that claimed 16 lives. Speaking at the Kipsigis Girls High School Thanksgiving ceremony in Kericho County on Sunday, Murkomen recounted details of the suspected arson attack, saying he was deeply disturbed after reviewing CCTV footage linked to the incident. The CS said the tragedy demonstrated the importance of nurturing values, discipline, and personal responsibility among young people.
I was reviewing the CCTV footage of Utumishi Academy and I felt very sad. I even struggled to sleep because we could see the kids who are coming to light the fire. It's very brilliant kids. Some who have got the best because that's a high school, that's a national school. But for them to just get paraffin and a matchbox and burn a dormitory, really consciously seeing their colleagues sleeping there and walk out and leave them to die, that is something, that is the most demonic thing I saw.
Kisumu Governor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o has called on Kenyans to promote unity and dialogue, saying the country's progress depends on leaders and citizens working together despite political differences. Speaking at an ODM rally in Kisumu on Sunday, Nyong'o said that Kenya has a shared future and urged leaders to focus on issues affecting wananchi rather than political competition. He emphasized the importance of listening to one another and engaging in constructive discussions to find solutions to the country's challenges.
When we talk of unity, we want to provide a firm foundation for our development. One of the things that Raila believed in very strongly is that the unity of the Luo people and the unity of Kenyans will make a difference to our children and our children's children. Unity does not mean that we disagree, but we disagree to agree. Ama sivyo?
Brazilian health authorities are monitoring 2 people for possible Ebola infection in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro amid concerns about the ongoing outbreak in Central Africa. One of the patients is a 37-year-old man from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the country most affected by the outbreak. Officials said he developed symptoms including fever, which led health workers to classify him as a suspected Ebola case. However, initial laboratory tests did not detect the Ebola virus. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Basic Education PS Julius Bitok says the Ministry of Education will conduct.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is the first day of June 2026. Have you filed your tax returns? Well, I hope you have, because this is the month. City, how are you doing?
Sasa ndio wakati
wa kujaza tax returns.
Ndio hiyo. Kila mtu
aje afanye hiyo nil return. Kenyans are the kinds of people who will do nil returns. Even if you earn 1 million bob,
as far as you're concerned,
the government, you don't owe the government nothing.
Unataka kukupatia refund.
That's how unpatriotic we are, eh? But is it our fault, or is it the government's fault that we lie to the government?
How can it be the government's fault?
They probably have not convinced us enough to be patriotic enough to pay our taxes, because every time you ask Kenyans, but why don't you pay your taxes? What do you think about paying taxes? They tell you, nipatie serikali pesa, iniibie pesa. Whether it is the Kenya Kwanza, whether it is the Jubilee one, whether it is the TNA one, whether it is the ile ilikuwa ya Kibaki, actually watu walikuwa kulipa taxes.
Watu were motivated to pay.
That's the time I took my PIN number. I remember very well, because I was excited to be a Kenyan. I was like, you know what, I need to play my part in nation building. Kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. Yeah.
No, the government has its part to play.
Yes.
Or the executive and those in authority.
Yes.
But the citizens also have their part to play.
We do.
So it's a question of, I'm not looking over my shoulders to determine whether the government is playing its part.
Yes.
I will play mine. Because then that gives me the moral authority to call the government out when I see fit.
And I agree with you. But some Kenyans look at it as throwing away money. I give government money to build houses that I will never own. I give the government money to build roads, but not in my area. They are building roads in other places. I give government money, whether it's your national government or your county government. I give government money so that they can drive big cars and hoot at me on the road and splash water on me when it's raining. I give government money, but I do not have drinking water in my house or in our area. We still have to take a donkey 25 kilometers every day to get water. So you see, all these things, and someone wonders, why am I paying taxes? For example, I'll give you an example of an area in Mlolongo. There was a time there was a strike, mugomo of sorts, where they chased away Kanjo askaris who had come to collect the taxes from the shops. I don't know what it's called, the business permits, whatever, those things. They were coming to inspect and of course collect whatever money they collect. And I remember they were chased away and they were told, do not come here until you fix these roads, don't come here until you collect this garbage, don't come here until we do not have water all over this place. Basically, deliver the services we have paid for before you ask for more money.
But that was an extremely valid point. We've had the Karengata Residents Association.
Karen.
Karen Langata. There was a time when Kidero was governor of Nairobi.
Yes.
They refused to pay land rates. Yeah.
They just said no.
No.
Do what you gotta do.
My friend.
Yeah.
We pay so that we can get services. We're not getting services.
Right.
So we're not paying. Ikaenda kotini. Ikaenda kotini. They had to arrive at an agreement where now they would pay, but they would see the services. There is some civic action that is sometimes necessary. You do have a right to demand services which you pay for.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree.
So this thing of you tax me and I don't get the services. I have every right to tell you I'm not going to pay.
Yeah.
Because that's the understanding. I pay, you build. I pay, you deliver. Like, I was in Meru 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
The thing that shocked me, at night, Meru town is lit.
At night.
Traffic, street lights.
Inawaka.
Street lights.
Yes.
Even on the periphery.
Right.
You know those small little townlets that you find along the way?
Yeah.
They are street lights.
Okay.
Going into that particular townlet, as I call it, or big shopping center, and out of it. But then the thing that amazed me was the stormwater drainage.
Right. What about it?
They had on both sides of the road. Road reserve on the road. In fact, you actually marvel. You said, why do I have this feeling that I'm seeing something odd? The road and the buildings, they are way apart. There's a lot of space in between.
Yes.
Then you realize, hapa kwetu, watu walimba road reserve kitambo.
Yeah.
That's why the road looks squeezed. Okay?
Yes.
Now, if right now in the city of Nairobi, many places are in darkness. Many estates are in darkness.
Yes.
Is it not the county government's role to ensure that those places are well lit?
It is the county government's prerogative, yes.
Security. It is a direct influence of security. So now, if I live in one of those areas that is not well lit or not lit at all,
yes,
or the lighting is from the lamps, the lights that people put on their gates, okay? What obligation do I have to pay anything to this county government?
I know. Yesterday, now that you've mentioned lights, yesterday for the very first time, I saw Kenya Power replacing these poles, the timber poles, with now the newer cement poles, or they're cement, right?
They're concrete.
The concrete, with the concrete pole. So they came, disconnected the electricity, then uprooted that timber thing, then they put up that concrete one. And it was a very interesting spectacle because it was happening literally outside our apartment. So I watched the entire thing while sipping on some coffee, or maybe not coffee, but the point is I watched the entire process. It took a couple of hours, and when they were done, I was like, nice. I started appreciating paying for electricity, because I was like, so they actually do care. Because why are you uprooting this one? I mean, I get you need to put newer ones, and they were like, as you can look at your area, it's a bit swampy, so this thing at one point will start losing stability and
rot.
Exactly, and even the soil itself is very unstable. So they were like, we need to put up a concrete one so that it can last longer for a very long period. And I was like, nimeanza kuelewa some of these things. Kitambo nilikuwa naona stima inakatwa na sielewi kwa nini inakatwa. But yeah, it gives you some kind of appreciation.
You see, one of the things that perhaps we are learning,
yeah,
and we're going about the learning in perhaps ways that, should we say, are different or creative. Whenever a service isn't provided, it's an opportunity for us to have a conversation with our political leaders.
True.
Remember the devolving of the county and having municipalities. If that were the case,
yes,
the administration of the region that you're in, whether it is a ward, would be actually next to you.
What do you mean?
Well, like in Mlolongo, if let's say where you live,
yes,
there was an administrative unit in Mlolongo,
yes,
you would not need to come to City Hall.
You're right.
Your issues would be resolved at that particular place.
Very
it's
true.
like you have a chief in Mlolongo.
We do.
Let us say the chief's office, together with the assistant county commissioner, as in the DO, was an administrative hub for the county.
Yes.
Just for example.
Right.
So all the services that you require could be found there. Such an issue could be resolved right there. Yes.
Actually, now that you've mentioned it, I know there is an administration unit for Mavoko sub-county, which is in Athi River.
Yes.
So, and that's where we also have the Mavoko law courts. So if anything happens within the Syokimau, Mlolongo area, and Athi River area, you'd need to go all the way to Mavoko, Athi River, and get sorted out.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a bit closer, but I get what you mean. It could even be better if it was way closer.
Actually, the interesting thing about these things is the simplicity with which that matter could, the simplicity with which issues could be resolved.
Yeah.
Because right there and then, the solution is just a stone's throw away from you. Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot to be said about this. There's a lot to be said. You know, when people lose faith in their government,
right,
that is not the problem. The problem is how to regain it.
These governments, these 48 governments that we have, will have to do a lot to regain the confidence of the common mwananchi.
On that note, it isn't so much the government. It is a leader who comes with a vision, who is clear about what he wants to do for his people. And the way you do it is not by deciding you're going to build roads. Yes. It's creating a network where you understand what people feel they need. So when you seek to meet a need, you've been told. You're not guessing. You're not being clever.
You know for sure.
You know how I want to taka hina. There are minutes, the meetings you've had. It's been documented what they'd like, and so it is not difficult to do. But this one unakaa with your 10 best friends as you're sipping coffee.
It's a problem.
Tuwapatie si maji ndio watu wanatakaga. Okay, nikishapatia maji tunaona hawa bodaboda tuwajenge kama zile nini za. Yeah, those things may be useful, but if you want the support of your people, they must feel that you're walking with them.
True.
As you move along.
True story.
Yes.
So it's the first day of June. Several things are happening today. For example, I know a couple of you are celebrating your birthday, but also Kenya is celebrating its birthday. Yeah, today is Madaraka Day. 1st of June is always Madaraka Day here in Kenya. What are we celebrating? We are celebrating our Independence Day, for lack of a better word. Yeah. It's Independence Day.
Is it?
Madaraka. Nimekupa madaraka kufanya unachotaka. I've given you the freedom to do what you want.
Na jamhuri nini?
When we became a republic, Jamhuri ya Kenya.
So hii baba, self rule ili tuliambiwa sasa kuji
Madaraka.
Okay.
Then Jamhuri, which is on 12th of December, when we became a republic.
Yes, this is an independent full.
We were now 100%.
100%.
By ourselves.
We were in a union jack kashuka.
But was it 100% though?
Look at it this way. What is really ever 100%?
Okay.
Maybe God's forgiveness.
Maybe.
But beyond that,
we are not sure.
Let's say it represents a higher percentage.
Yes.
And we go with that.
Yeah, so today, Madaraka Day has been held in Wajir County. I was watching the news yesterday, and I have seen that stadium, the Wajir Stadium, is looking mwah. Apparently, it was built in 100 days. I didn't know that. It was built in 100 days with the help of the Kenya Defense Forces. They were protecting the area 24/7 because the construction was happening 24/7. So there was a shift. There was a day shift and there was a night shift. So folks would come in the morning, do till sunset, then others take over sunset all the way till sunrise. Then those ones that left yesterday come back, do, and then the thing continues. So for 100 days, they did their thing and the place is looking good. Now they put some fake grass because grass doesn't grow as fast as we'd want it to, so they put the plastic one, but for today only, because the president is going to be there to commemorate Madaraka Day from there with the leadership of the northern frontier, as we like to call it.
Do you know the one thing that this Uhuru's government and Ruto's have done, which is good? Is to take these public holidays to different parts of the country.
Yes.
It is a really good thing.
Absolutely lovely.
This one.
Because even residents of Wajir County were saying, this has given us employment, at least for those who are involved in the construction. So number one, employment for that period of time of the construction. But secondly, something that I never, ever, ever thought of. You remember that conversation we had about a toilet in Meru, where the governor was summoned to explain why.
The government explained it very clearly.
Exactly.
Yes.
So now this Wajir story is interesting because the engineers around it were saying that they have provided this water, and the water is going to be tapped into the nearby town and the markets there, so people will have drinking water because it's now desalinated, it's filtered, they've done all that reverse osmosis thing, so they'll have clean water not only for the stadium but for the residents around the stadium. And it is such a big deal. I am happy for them.
Let me tell you, the thing that is fascinating about all this, it points to what the government can do when it puts its mind to.
Oh, yes.
The good it can do, the benefit that the people can derive from it.
Yes.
So it raises the bar higher, because then we ask, when there are other issues that require this sort of effort, why do we not see that effort?
Imagine, City, the 3 billion we lose daily. I don't know how much that stadium cost, but I am sure if we were to save this 3 billion daily that we keep on losing, we would have stadia all over this country. We would have water for every single citizen.
The Uhuru government,
yes,
had promised stadia galore. Remember?
Yes.
Do you remember that story of stadia?
But do you know who promised them?
Yes.
It was our current president when he was deputy in the Uhuru government.
Yes, I do know.
Yes. And I remember, and I watched this video because it was during when they were unveiling now Jubilee Party, transitioning from TNA to Jubilee and telling Kenyans what they want to do for them going forward for the next 5 years. And when Deputy President at the time, Deputy President Ruto was saying in 6 months, we shall have a stadium in CG and he counted all those places. President Ruto was looking at him like, bro, are you sure of these things you're promising?
The one I remember with great clarity was the one in Wote.
What about it?
Kuna vile vibao ambavyo vinawekwa kuonyesha kwamba kuna kitu fulani kinatarajiwa kutendeka hapa.
Yes.
Iliwekwa.
Okay.
As for the ground, as God made it.
I love my country. It's an absolutely beautiful one. Yani, they were standing there together and President Ruto, deputy, Ruto was like, in 6 months we shall have a stadium in, let's say, Machakos, and Uhuru was like, oh, we shall. Are you sure? Because I have no idea when we discuss this, but we will. And then he's like, in 3 months, he was like, oh my God, are you making another promise? In 3 months we shall have another one in Wajir. He was like, oh, okay. And then in 4 months he's like, bro, can you stop it now? Can you just calm down? In what months we shall have one in Eldoret. He's like, okay, I think we're done now. And in 7 months he's like, okay guys, okay. It was an interesting time. Anyway, today is 1st of June again, Global Day of Parents. City, I know you're a parent, so today is your day. And today is Edna. Najua pia ni mzazi, leo ni siku yako Alafu uambie kijana mnakuanga naye hapo ndani, next year tutataka tumtaje kwa hizi manini.
Hata wewe Paul. Jitaje, wewe pia ni mzazi.
Mimi ni mzazi na nimejitaja hapo. So Global Day of Parents, as far as the United Nations is concerned, today they want to appreciate all parents throughout the world. The theme for this particular year is Together for Parents. Yeah. Sawa. Give us our methali for today, City.
We are in the Republic of the tiniest, smallest country on this particular continent.
Let me guess. Lesotho. Botswana.
No.
Okay. The last one. Eswatini.
No. Seychelles.
It's not on the continent. It's somewhere there in the ocean. I mean, it belongs to us, but it's in the ocean.
It is African.
I know.
It's part of the African continent.
Okay. Carry on.
Sawa.
Nimekubali City yaishe.
Ungesema kwamba ndugu, you need to be specific.
All right.
Okay.
Carry on.
All right. It is not worth adding water to the sea.
It is not what?
Worth
adding
water
to the sea.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you won't carry this cup and pour water into the sea because, my friend, chances are you won't make any difference. The amount of water in that ocean compared to what you may add or can add.
Unaongezea maji. So kwa ufupi wafanya nini?
Hakuna kitu nafanya. Hizi ndile tunasemanga, they are what are they called? Efforts in futility.
You see, when I was looking at this proverb much early in the morning, at around 3, and I was smiling to myself and laughing and saying, this is a very appropriate proverb for this reason. Every once in a while we get guests here.
Yes.
Who are telling us, unajua, hatuna hii. And I'm thinking, are you aware that I also live in this country?
Yes, this same country.
Yes, the one you live in. Same. Are you aware that I cannot actually read? But you're busy talking to me as though you need to inform me of this which I'm unaware of, and I'm thinking, what are you talking about?
Can you tell me something new?
Yes, but please. You're regurgitating what almost literally every Kenyan knows.
Yeah.
Huh? Those of us who have children who are Gen Z, they ask you, could you explain this to us? And the things you say, they ask you that thing which you said.
Yeah. What did you mean?
What did you mean?
Yes.
Why did you say this and this and this? What about this and this and this? They want to know.
Yeah.
They're curious.
Details.
Yes. So and so said this. Do you agree with them? So you really have to be careful about what you say.
True. I agree with you.
So when it comes to this issue of the problems we have, we have many problems in this country. How often do you hear of people who come up with solutions?
Very rare times. You get to hear.
The easy low-hanging fruit is the fault finding. That's easy. But at the same time, it's important for things to be pointed out. If things are wrong, it must be said.
Yes.
It is also important that the government is held to account.
It is true.
Yes. So now, at what point do we halt the finger pointing and say, guys, can we come together and think of a solution? Because this thing is not good.
Yeah.
It is really, really not good. When do we pause and say, folks, we already know what the problem is. Can we brainstorm and figure out what we need to do? Because we do need to do something. These people who don't know what to eat, these numbers can't keep growing. These people who don't know whether there is any hope that they can bank on, they really need to have hope. What do we do?
Yeah. Good question. What do we do?
Yes. Not what does the government do.
What do we
do? That burden that we refer to as the government was given to us by our constitution.
Right.
Because we are the sovereign.
And we voted for it.
It is our burden. Yes.
Okay. As we get into radiogeneration.co.ke, which I think will only have like one story to read. Majok is saying, Happy Madaraka Day, City and Movie, Mwamukata. Well, Tuamukanesa Majok, thank you so much. Morris Andati, good morning guys, happy Madaraka Day, happy to Madaraka Day to you too. JB Mutua, good morning Movie and City, salam from New Jersey, happy Madaraka Day. Thanks JB. Morris Andati amesema, I hope they fully complete it with the same pace. Yes, I actually do. Let them not just do one construction and then after Madaraka Day they leave the place to be dilapidated. Willis Juma says, happy Madaraka Day. I have to applaud the president for the Wajir Stadium, even though he is one-term president. Yes, Willis, wanasema mgala muwe haki mpe. Au sio? Luis Rudasingwa says, good morning. Well, good morning to you too, Luis. My take 2.0, I would really love to know why Bungoma people hate Sifuna that much. They refused to vote for him until he came to Nairobi. This weekend, they embarrassed him by walking out on him almost to the last man. This weekend, where? I know Linda Mwananchi were in Machakos because that is now yesterday. I don't know about the other days. But yesterday, because I remember they came to my hood. Na barabara zilifungwa bana. You know, I was going to the market because I shop at Mlolongo market. So I was going in the evening after unajua kajua kama teremka naenda Mlolongo market uchukue vitu. Meet cops on the road and they're turning back the vehicles.
Are you under what?
So I asked what's up because when I see the number of police I saw yesterday, I automatically thought Ruto is ako area. So nikauliza kwani president ako area? Akasema hapana, ni Linda Mwananchi. And I was like, wait a minute. Sifuna ndiye anakataa nikienda kwa soko. So we had to take a very long route, left the vehicle somewhere, then walked to the market, and it was crazy. It was really crazy. So they were there yesterday, and the multitudes of people that came out to see them, my goodness. Sikudhani Wakamba wanatokezeanga hivyo kwa mambo kama haya Linda Mwananchi. Nilikuwa nadhani hao wanakuanga siku ya soko hata wananga drama. But yesterday, niliona watu walitokezea. Wakamba walikuja kusalimia akina Sifuna na akina Senator Wanyonka na wale wengine watu walikuwa huko. They caused a traffic jam that lasted hours. For those who are not lucky like myself and you are caught up in that, I am sorry on the behalf of I don't even know who, but pole sana. So yeah, sijui ilikuwanga ni gani anasema my take 2.2 maybe atuambie.
Have you read it somewhere? Have you heard of it?
Or maybe on Saturday, did he go to Bungoma?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
And what was the function?
Yeah. Maybe Saturday he went to Bungoma. I don't know.
Remember,
yep.
The one thing that is absolutely certain, Sifuna's fame
yes,
will earn him many detractors. There are people who have been in the salt mines of politics for a long time.
Yes.
Seeking to rise to fame and to be at the forefront of many of these things. My friend, Sifuna, like lightning right from blue,
yes,
is suddenly shot to national fame. Do you really think that people who are political leaders, it's an oxymoron, that one, people who are politicians in his neck of the woods are going to sit by and happily just watch him?
Yeah.
And many of them are older than him. No. Because Sifuna has presented himself as someone who people can rally around.
He is an alternative to something.
He is an alternative. You can detract him all you like. The public and the showing and the following that you see wherever he goes tells you a completely different story.
True story.
So you can keep saying what you want to say. The optics will tell you something different. But even within that Linda Mwananchi, you can already see the little cracks every here and there.
Sure.
Fame does that. Okay? Now then there are those who will want to show that they support Sifuna, but for the sole purpose of dimming that light. Because by associating with certain people in his backyard, his fame will do a dip.
Okay. Interesting perspective.
Yes. Our politics and the mobility within it is something that you must be very sensitive towards.
Sam says Sifuna was in Bungoma Mbuvi. It was a funeral for Wangamati's father. Okay. Wangamati alikuanga governor. He was governor, right? Okay. 2.0 says, first of all, Michael Orlando says, good morning and happy Madaraka Day. Happy Madaraka Day to you too. Mashari and Jero says, happy Madaraka Day, fellow Kenyans from Portland, Oregon. And then, so my take on, is there something they know about him we didn't? This Didymus walked out with everyone, guys. Kwa nini hamuna copy? No one is talking about Kalonzo bedroom, guys. Okay.
No, they've explained it. Didymus wants to be governor. Okay?
Yes.
He's wise to see Sifuna as a threat.
Yeah.
Politically speaking, he's wise. So, typical of Kenyan politicians, you go to a funeral, you go with your goons.
Yeah.
Okay? So, when you walk out, they walk out with you. They are paid to walk alongside you. They are paid to walk out when you walk out.
Yeah.
When the MP for Seme, Dr. Nyikal's father, was buried, there was similar drama. The current senator for Kisumu arrived with a lot of fanfare and a lot of drama and a lot of mayhem.
Yeah.
And disrupted the funeral. There were other people who present themselves as wannabe governors or leaders that particular place. There was Dr. Oron. He also came with his group of people.
Okay.
And they disrupted the funeral. I felt pain for Dr. Nyikal and his family. You are burying your father.
Yeah.
People have come there as guests.
And they are mourning.
And they're mourning. And then, what on God's earth is that drama for?
It's cray-cray.
Now that, my friend, is the forerunner of what we would expect.
Yes.
Because that, the place which every African knows is sacred, burial, funeral, they go and desecrate it.
It's like you getting arrested when you're burying your loved one.
Yes.
You know, that people will look at the police and say, okay, fine, he's a criminal.
We know.
Can you let him or her finish? Alafu muende na yeye mahali mtaenda na yeye. Alright, tufanye kitu cha traffic. Ingawa leo ni public holiday. Wacha tuangalie kama mumekazana mahali. Is it possible that you could be stuck somewhere because of traffic, which I highly doubt? Today is a public holiday, so I'm looking at the map, and to be honest, just let me keep it short. I don't see any red lines anywhere. I don't see even yellow ones. I can see green, for example, on Landis Road, Jogoo Road, Wayakiwe, Mombasa Road, Southern Bypass. It's green. That means that there are vehicles on the road. You guys are moving quite well, so no traffic whatsoever. Yeah, that's about it as far as Nairobi County is concerned. Let's fly over all the way to Mombasa County. Mombasa. Hey. I would like to be a Mombasarian, for lack of a better word.
At this hour,
there's nothing going on.
Zero.
Sawa. Allah, imeenda wapi? Alright, there we have it. Let's check out the magazeti, and as we do that, City, did you see that footage of the fire that broke out at Utumishi Girls?
No, I'm afraid I did not. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so there was a footage that was released. Remember, we were talking about CCTV cameras, so they actually are put in the dorms. And I saw it's actually a very good idea. I thought it was going to interfere with privacy. It was
going to be intrusive.
Yeah, but Nikaon, after yesterday's video, I was like, it's not such a bad idea.
I was telling you it was important ulikuwa napuuza, sio?
Sikuwa napuuza. Nilikuwa nauliza tu maswali.
Sema tu ndio.
Okay, sawa, Siti. Nilikuwa napuuza.
Sasa unajua kupuuza si mbaya, brother.
Nilikuwa napuuza. Lakini so the video showed these girls, I think
by the way, your point was an extremely valid one.
Yes. So these
but
girls,
the debate here is which is of more concern, which weighs heavier, the security
or the privacy?
Yes. How do you balance it? Now continue.
But like you said, I thought it was intrusive until when I watched the footage yesterday. I realized it's actually not. It can be done with the decency and dignity that those students deserve. But now this footage showed some of these girls. There were about 5 of them. They woke up in the middle of the night. Of course, conspired what to do. They had some kerosene, from what I understand. Now the footage they had to blur their faces, but to some extent they blurred all the images to the point where we couldn't even see what they were carrying. But I'm sure the original one shows everything.
It's a good thing.
Hii ya TV wali blur. But so you could tell that they were carrying this substance. They, were walking in whispers. Then they went to a certain place where they poured this kerosene and started the fire and just walked out. And when they also started a fire next to the exit / entrance, and then they locked the door. So they saved themselves, but left the girls there their comrades there to burn. they walked out and then they locked their colleagues inside.
Essentially, what they did was deliberate.
Yes, it was premeditated. It was very deliberate. That is very heartbreaking to see it done that way. I thought maybe msichana mmoja alikuwa anavuta sigara, then ikaanguka mahali ikawasha moto, or maybe alienda akaasha kamoto mahali kwa kona, alafu akaambia wenzake tokeni twende, just to create this distraction so that achieve a certain end towards maybe not sitting for the examinations, or nilikuwa dhani ile ya kushtua, lakini hii mpaka unafunga mlango, hiyo nayo ilikuwa ngani noma. Alafu unaasha moto kwa huo mlango mahali watu wanafaa kukuja ndio wapitie hapo wajiokoe. That was crazy. And you can imagine children waking up in the middle of the night. There's panic, you're not sure.
Smoke.
Then there's a smoke.
That's what wakes you up.
In 5 minutes, because the footage was fast forwarded, but the reporter that was narrating the story was telling us that in about 5 minutes, that place was
ablaze.
Yes, and unbreathable.
But bro, the mattresses that they use,
plastic.
Bro, those things
catch fire.
And quickly. And the heat is something else.
Bwana, those children died a very horrible death. One of the survivors was narrating again to the reporter, na akasema yeye ilifika mali as she was trying to navigate her way through, alilemewa. She even sat down and resigned to her fate. She was like, it's happening, guys. Like that's how she was nini. She had that was a very high encounter. And then one of her friends came and helped her to get to safety, but the friend was left behind and died.
How did they break through? How did they get out of that door?
Sikumbuki ikisema venye walivunja hiyo mlango ama venye walijifungulia. Sikumbuki ikitajwa. But huyu msichana alisema alilemewa because now the smoke has already filled her lungs. She can't move because she's incapacitated. So she just sat down and said, you know what, Jesus, take me home. Only for her friend to come to her aid. Akamsaidia kutoka, lakini yeye hangeweza kutoka. Yeye sasa alibaki nyuma. Mwenye alimuokoa yeye akaenda Sayuni. It was very heartbreaking, man. I'll find that footage and if you have the strength, you'll watch it. On the front page of the Daily Nation, they say Ebola deal outrage. So here it is, President Ruto says Kenya says the quarantine and treatment facility will strengthen monitoring, isolation and emergency response capacity. President Trump wanasema the Trump administration has vowed it will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. They said that a long time ago. Secret deployment. So American personnel reportedly arrived at Laikipia Air Base on Saturday to set up an isolation facility for Americans exposed to Ebola, according to a CNN report citing a U.S. government source. Now, Washington had earlier indicated consultations with Kenyan authorities to resolve objections. How are they going to resolve objections? Public resistance. Tourism players caution plan to host U.S. Ebola patients could undermine sector with fearful visitors likely to stay away. Even as religious leaders urged government to rescind decision they say exposes Kenyans to risk of deadly virus that has killed scores in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and ODM Sec-Gen Edwin Sifuna lead growing opposition to the arrangement, with the U.S. government asked to respect rule of law by halting the contentious plan. Officials of Katiba Institute, which obtained a court order barring establishment of the quarantine facility, say they are yet to get official assurances from U.S. and Kenyan authorities about compliance with the decree and warn of contempt proceedings. There's a picture here of health workers wearing some PPE equipment, that's protective equipment, personal protective equipment, at the Evangelical Medical Center, one of the facilities at the forefront of the response to Ebola outbreak, as agencies intensify efforts to contain a new Ebola outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo virus strain in Bunia, Ituri province at the Democratic Republic of Congo. So these health workers we are seeing on the front page of the Daily Nation are actually in Congo and not Kenya. Utumishi school tragedy, DCI tightens arson case against 7 students. That is on page 7. And telcos warn mobile phone charges will increase due to finance bill proposals. That story is on page 6. That is front page of the Daily Nation. And then we have this other one on the Standard. 10.7 billion shillings Dusit puzzle. What began as a 703 million property transaction in 2011 has spiraled into a staggering 10.7 billion legal war that now threatens the future of Nairobi's landmark 14 Riverside complex. After losing multiple rounds in the High Court, Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, Cape Holdings remain locked in a relentless fight against Synergy Industrial Credit over an arbitral award that ballooned through years of litigation and compound interest. Now, the dispute has spawned auction attempts, claims of unjust enrichment, banking battles, and accusations of abuse of court processes. This story is on page 4 and 5, and they're saying that the initial amount was 703 million. That is the amount that was initially agreed upon by the two companies, and then now it's at 10.7 billion. My goodness. Battle for ODM strongholds. Now, ODM leaders Oburu Oginga and Edwin Sifuna led their factions in a show of might to consolidate their support. Support for and against President William Ruto is their rallying call. This story is on page what? It's on page 8. Aye, that is as far as the Standard is concerned. Over to you, City.
Ebola, counting costs. This is bang in the middle of the paper of the East African.
Yes.
The latest outbreak in eastern Congo threatens economic ruin for traders whose cargo is stuck at borders and ports, piling storage charges at $500 per day. In Uganda, thousands of tourists have cancelled bookings. Okay? Right, let's look at shame of South Africa's violence on fellow Africans.
Where?
Ghanaians repatriated after anti-immigrant campaign causes jitters among African diaspora.
Yeah.
Ikitu ni shida.
So now there's another also story, emerging or developing story on this one. Is it Zimbabwe or Mozambique? I think it's Mozambique that has refused to renew over 1,000 contracts for some miners in their country, because they're like, you guys you're killing the rest of us, so why should we allow you to work in our country? Ghana, of course, has done what it has done, and other countries might follow suit and just say, you know what, even in our country, you go back and work, because now you're chasing our citizens in your country. Go and replace them there now. Yeah, it never fika up, by the way.
Oh, it's heading there.
Yeah, it's heading there, because if everyone responds in that way. But of course, Julius Malema came out and said that Ghana has overreacted. And there's a lady, I think she's called Jacinta someone. She's also central to this anti-African thing. She's one of the xenophobia leaders, so whatever they call themselves there. And she was like, guys, this is not what I meant when I said leave South Africa. You're overreacting. Yes, but now you see people were given up until.
So what did she mean?
I also wonder. You know, people were given. It's called the March to March. There's a group called the March to March. It's like a movement of sorts. They are the ones who have given people up until end of this month, June, up until I think it is 30th of June for people to leave their country. Sasa wanasema, we told you to leave. They have left. Then now you're saying they're overreacting. I don't know what they want.
You know it's a narrative.
Yes.
And it's a simple narrative. These people are taking your jobs. Let's cross the Atlantic and go to the US, when all these agencies, MICE, ICE, God knows who else, began this story of immigrants. Okay? These people are taking our jobs. These people are draining the economy. And I still remember a conversation that somebody raised and said, but these people are lying outrightly. These people, you say, are taking something out of the economy. They are doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. Start there.
Yes.
Okay? Number 2, they live in communities where they pay rent. They use the money that we pay them to eke out a living on a daily basis. They buy groceries, they do this, they do the other. So when you tell all of them to go home, the economies of the places where they live in, what do you think is going to happen? And there are very many.
Yes.
That economy is going to dwindle. And that work which you're doing, who is going to take their place? Because you claim they're taking your jobs. Okay, they have left.
Now you go do those jobs.
Fields are lying fallow. There's nobody to do that work. The part of the reason why they came to the country was there was a demand for those services. See? This movement of xenophobia is something that there's nothing, absolutely nothing that you can say this is organic. It is curated.
Kuna mtu anaisukuma.
Kuna watu
yeah, there are people who are fueling it and they are driving it, and they have a destination that they want to take it to.
Yes. It's like somebody talking about the 2008 internal crash that we have in the country. There's nothing organic about it. That thing was planned. These things, people start them with a view of a certain short-term goal. Man, they don't know the consequences of what they do.
It takes on a life of its own.
Yes, it does, and you can't control it. And it also brings out all the crazies from the woodworks. Every nut job available in that particular region will be awakened.
Yes.
And you'll have given them license to do the craziest of things that they want to do for a long time, and you will not be able to control them.
Yeah.
That's why people who curate narratives need to be careful. There are consequences that you'll see in the immediacy. It'll gain you some fame, some notoriety. But what you're setting in motion is something you will not be able to control.
Yeah.
You start off by giving goons a little license to cause a little mayhem, beat a few people up here and there, cause injury, damage people.
Kumbe.
They will get a life of their own. And when they do, I saw this in 2008 in Kisumu.
Yes.
I was not in Kisumu because I had left. And there were all these stories of no. These people, what they are doing is correct. Some of these people have been harmful to us. They must go. And I remember asking someone, when they are gone, then what will you do? So they'll have gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then what?
They are breaking into shops. No. Some of those shops belong to these people. They've come here. Blah, 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 blah. I said, okay. When they finish looting the shops, what do you think they're going to do? I explained to a colleague of mine. I told them, with everything that these hooligans are doing, they're roping in people who ordinarily are not hooligans, but since there seems to be an opportunity for a free for all, they're going to break into supermarkets. They'll clear every stock. They'll go to every supermarket and clear every stock. They'll take what they think they need. Man, I didn't know fridges were that light. You find
someone carrying it on their back,
and they're walking. I said, when they've cleared these shops, what do you think they're going to do? I don't, let me tell you, they will come for you in that delightful estate where you live. So really, I said, yes, that's what will happen. They've gotten an appetite for free things, and there is no security preventing them. Do you know that you couldn't go shopping without you being mugged and robbed in the estate you lived in? There are people in estates in Kisumu decided this thing is going to stop. A child is sent to buy things, they are robbed. Or they were burning those thugs. Oh yes. And they would see, they live there, they know the parents. They know the parents. Tell this child of yours to go back wherever it is, kweni nyumbani, because we're going to kill him. It's not complicated. That's when, can you imagine, it got to a point where within the estate, people, you're being robbed by people you know. It happened in Kibera here. There was an uchumi there. You come up with your shopping from, you're light.
There and then.
You're being relieved. No one's going to harm you, but you're relieved. You do not want to unleash that sort of unruly behavior to the point where it becomes normal, because you may think that you are simply talking. It will get to your doorstep, then you'll know how dangerous it is. There are narratives one should not encourage. Once that door has been opened,
it's a wrap.
How America booked Ebola center in Kenya. This is a story on page 6 of the East African.
Do you want to use that microphone?
It helps, doesn't it?
It does.
Nairobi, US signed biosecurity deal in 2015, setting the stage for the Laikipia facility. Right. Let me read a bit of this. By signing a biosecurity agreement with the U.S. in July 24, 2015, Kenya opened her doors for the setting up of the research and isolation facilities for disease classified as biological threats, not just Ebola. Diseases.
Okay.
The agreement gave the U.S. control over projects that would be spawned from it, including selection of contractors and tax exemptions for imported goods and for American workers. The deal also blocked either country from suing the other in the event of death, injury, or property damage arising from projects under the agreement. A decade later, which is now, the National Assembly ratified it. Okay. So it didn't just happen.
It was ratified
by the National Assembly. The document and other agreements signed in 2025 now sit at the center of a controversial move to set Ebola-related research and isolated facilities on Kenyan soil. The 2015 agreement was signed by former Health CS James Macharia, former U.S. Ambassador to Kenya Robert Godek, before being ratified by the National Assembly on November 22nd, 2016. On April 5th, 2025, then Health Secretary Motai Kagwe and U.S. Charge d'Affaires Eric Needler signed a 7-year extension of the agreement. This means it lapses in April 5th, 2029. The deal provided for signing for further agreements between the two countries. Then in December 2024, Kenya revised her foreign policy, particularly to promote the country as a welfare, a wellness, humanitarian, and health emergencies medical hub. Section 4.9 of the foreign policy document titled Global Health Diplomacy became the foundation for a now controversial move to set up Ebola labs and isolation centers in Kenya. The document defines global health diplomacy as an emerging field in diplomacy that intersects public health, international relations, and development. Kwa ufupi,
yani tuseme kwa maneno mengi
haya mambo hayakuanza jana. Yalianza kitambo. Na tuko hapa, sio? Right.
Before you get on to the the business daily, sorry, I just need to remind guys that we have a poll on our social media section. If you get on to YouTube, we are asking, should boarding schools be abolished in Kenya? This was suggested by Omboko Milemba. Should boarding schools be abolished in Kenya? Of course, this is a response to the Utumishi fire tragedy. You can vote there, your yes or no. You can also find it on our X account. Same question: should boarding schools be abolished in Kenya, as suggested by Mboko Milemba? This is the Kupet, I think he's a Kupet chairman or Sekjen, but I know he's in Kupet. Do you think it is a good idea? Personally, no, let me give mine after the poll is done.
Can I also add my question?
Sure, why not?
Should we abolish the police service because they are known to shoot and kill and maim civilians every once in a while? Let me go on with the business daily.
Sawa City Muga.
Yes. SGR's Q1 passenger revenue crosses the 1 billion mark. The standard gauge railway passenger business quarterly revenue has crossed the 1 billion mark for the first time, helped by a rebound in the traveler numbers and higher sales per customer. So inatengeneza
pesa
bwana.
Tumetengeneza, we have hit 1 billion.
Hiyo pesa mingi sana.
Billion shillings or dollars?
Shilling.
It's $1 billion shillings. I thought it was like $1 billion.
Bro, hiyo pesa mingi sana bwana.
I know it's a lot of money.
You know, billion watu wanachezea ni pesa mingi. Billion.
Yes.
NCBA shareholders eye up to 20% gain in Nedbank buyout opens. Nasikia hiyo? Nedbank wanataka kununua into NCBA.
Okay. Hii NCBA moja tu moja.
Yes, not new. For instance, most people believe that Equity Bank is a Kenyan bank. Yes, it's nestled in Kenya, but the ownership is not. Those who have majority shares are not Kenyan. Just so that ili tuwe tukijua tukiongea.
Okay.
Ni kama Safaricom.
It is Kenyan, but it is not Kenyan.
No. Wenye wako. Tunajua Vodacom na wengine. But that is good.
It is a good thing.
It is good. It means that it is worth the attention of international players.
Right now, Safaricom is making 100 billion in profits, man.
Bro, 100 billion pesa mzuri sana.
I remember there's a time they made, the first time they actually announced their profits, that I remember, because I'm sure there were many times before that, they mentioned 20 billion Kenya shillings, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Now they are talking about 100 billion.
Yup.
Annual profits.
Bana.
But they also have lots of products from M-Pesa. Actually, M-Pesa has got like 10,000, products within it. And of course, they have the SMSs and the calls, and then the internet, and then they have fiber.
Na hiyo biashara ni kubwa. Hiyo biashara ni kubwa.
Wako na insurance.
Yes.
Watu hakuna kitu hawana.
No, ni mingi. Hapo ndio unaanza kuta sio ile mshahara nalipwa.
It's good money,
my friend.
Yeah. Actually, as you continue reading that, let me Google his salary.
Right. Just look for 10 highest paid CEOs in Kenya.
All right.
CBK gold reserve value jumps faster in over a decade. The value of gold held by the Central Bank of Kenya, gold iko Central Bank kama hamkujua, jumped the fastest in over a decade to 309.7 million at the end of December last year, amid a rally in the global price for the precious metal. Dutch brewer Heineken has moved in the Court of Appeal to challenge the inclusion of interest of the 4.17 billion shillings compensation award to Tycoon Ngugi Kuna arising from the termination of a distribution contract in 2016. Okay, we will see how that pans up. Banks squeeze depositors in race for bumper profits. Commercial banks are squeezing deposits in the race to grow profits as they cut interest on savings by larger margins compared to lending rates. Central Bank of Kenya data shows the saving rates, the return paid by banks for demand deposits, fell to 6.6% in March this year from 11.48% in June 2024, representing a 4.71 percentage drop. But lending rates have fallen by smaller 2.19% drop over the period to 16.85% in March, reflecting how banks are using cheaper deposits to drive profits as high net worth investors with cash to keep in banks lose out. Right. Something, let me read a quote in Intelligence by Carol Musioka. A generational wealth transfer accelerates families. As generational wealth transfer accelerates, families must learn to separate wealth management from business operations. Carol, that one is an interesting discussion. Thank you very much. I have rested my case.
You have rested your case.
Right on.
So,
according to Dr. Google.
According to Dr. Google, according to Google, the 10 highest paid CEOs include Dr. Gideon Muriuki, Cooperative Bank, Peter Ndegwa, Safaricom PLC, Paul Russo, KCB Group, James Mwangi, Equity Group, and then other top earners include NCBA Group CEO, Standard Chartered CEO, Absa Bank CEO, Stanbic Bank CEO, EABL, ni watu wa pombe, and I&M Bank. Yeah. Now wamesema ya kwamba Peter Ndegwa of Safaricom is the highest earner as far as that is concerned.
Did they mention the amount?
No, they haven't.
So,
yeah. But they are the highest earning individuals. So if you want to make money, City, you have got to leave the microphone and go become CEO of a big bank or a big alcohol drink. It's either you're keeping people's money or taking it away. Oh my goodness. A big shout out to Arsenal fans, by the way. Arsenal lost the UEFA Champions League title.
They did?
Yes. They drew 1-1, 90 minutes.
They lost to whom?
To Paris Saint-Germain. Walienda 1-1, 90 minutes, so they went to extra time, still no goals. Then they went to penalties. That is where they saw Madim. Happened, your Paris Saint-Germain just did their thing.
Where were they playing?
Penalties. They were playing in Budapest, Hungary. they were playing in Budapest.
So
yeah, but it was a spectacle, man. It was a beautiful game. Kwanga noma sana. All right, so here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. For many years, Wajir County has been associated with underdevelopment, insecurity and economic challenges. But residents say the county is now experiencing significant transformation. As Wajir County hosts Kenya's 63rd Madaraka Day celebration today, major infrastructure projects and increased government attention have brought a renewed sense of optimism among residents. Residents who spoke to Radio Generation ahead of the event welcomed the developments, saying the celebrations have put Wajir in the national spotlight and accelerated key infrastructure improvements in the county.
We are warmly welcoming all our visitors to come to Wajir Stadium. We really appreciate the government of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto for giving us the chance to host the first Madaraka Day ever. We as the people of Northeastern Province, we feel there is a sense of inclusion. We are feeling a sense of belonging, and we are really applauding the President of the Republic of Kenya for choosing Wajir County as the host county. The event has boosted the local economy.
My name is Abdulhab Yusuf Abdi, born and brought up. We here in Wajir. For the first time, we have Madaraka Day. We are welcoming the President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. The activity that is being done here is marvelous. We are really appreciating for the development tours he is making.
3 students have been arrested following a fire that destroyed 2 dormitories at St. Joseph's Seminary School in Molo, Nakuru County. The fire broke out on Saturday evening, forcing students and staff to flee as emergency teams responded to the incident. No fatalities were reported. Authorities have since closed the school indefinitely as investigations continue into the cause of the fire and whether it was deliberately started. Opposition leaders have called on the United States government to respect Kenya's constitution and comply with court orders that have halted plans to establish an Ebola quarantine facility in the country. The leaders say any decision on the proposed facility should involve Kenyans through a public participation process. They are urging the government to organize consultations in Laikipia County in the coming week, arguing that residents and other stakeholders must be given an opportunity to air their views before any further steps are taken.
In disobeying a court order and practicing impunity, you will be taking us back. We will be wondering whether you have 2 standards, one for America, that is a democratic country that observes the rule of law, respects court order, but in Kenya, you can join the Kenyan government in impunity to disregard a court order.
What is always permanent is national interest. And America has been acting in their best national interest.
ODM party has signaled some of its expectations ahead of possible coalition talks with the Kenya Kwanza, including support for an ODM presidential candidate in the 2032 general election. Speaking at a rally in Kisumu on Sunday, ODM deputy party leader Simba Arati said the party supports President William Ruto's bid for a second term in office. Party leaders also called on the government to address the rising cost of living and ease the economic challenges facing many Kenyans.
Nataka power kivyovyote vile. Yule mtu tutakubali atutawale kwa miaka 5 peke yake ijayo ni William Ruto. Kiti hiki tena kije hapa Western na Nyanza 2032.
People like Arati are not foolish people. These are very clever people. We're going to put them on the table and they will face those others.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Happy Madaraka Day once again, in case you're just joining us. In this hour, I want to talk about the finance bill versus the high cost of living. But as we do that, najua kuna watu ambao wameingia, need to give a shout out to. For example, I see Louis Rudasingwa, Moses Wabwire. How are you doing? Sam saying, movie, it's Ghana, then Mozambique, which has refused 5,000 trucks from passing through their country. Okay, thank you for that update. Then we have Aswan Omondi saying, from Nakuru, good morning and happy Madaraka Day from Team RG. This government is full of controversies, from issuance of passports to RSF to establishment of Ebola quarantine center. I agree with you on that one. And then Willis Juma anasema, our policemen and women are too quick to respond to a protest and not to save lives. Aswan going on to say, if you are to spend 1 billion Kenya shillings, you'll spend 68,493 shillings every day for 40 years. Hey! Majok is saying, thank you, City, for your poll. Kenyans should stop being emotionally reactional to incidences. Boarding school debate is good, but should be done soberly. Sawa. In case you're wondering what poll that is, go check out our X account. We are asking, should boarding schools be abolished because of the recent fire that we witnessed at Utumishi Girls Secondary, Utumishi Academy.
Yes, and rather. I also asked, should we abolish the police service? Because they are known to shoot unarmed protesters. They are also known to beat senseless people who are simply trying to eke out a living and trying to protest what is theirs by right.
We actually have one response here from Adela Jacob saying, abolishing boarding schools won't make sense. There are some areas, villages without adequate infrastructure in nearly all the schools around. That is why we take children to boarding schools away from homes. Abolishing boarding schools will be discriminatory. Sasa. Keep on sending your thoughts on that particular issue, and we shall read them as they come through. City, I had told you earlier on that several countries from Africa are going to be playing at the World Cup. Let me just mention them very quickly as we move on. Algeria is a qualified team. Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, DRC Congo, Egypt, Ghana, Morocco, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia. And guess what? South Africa are having trouble getting visas to the US.
Yes, walikuwa naongea mbaya. Umesahau.
I know.
Well, not them, their president alikuwa anaongea mbaya on their behalf.
Yes.
Personal, the team I'm supporting, DRC.
DRC Congo.
Si ndio majirani hapa.
Batoto ba Congo. Sawa. Let us ask our guest who he supports. He's the chairman of Free Kenya Movement, that is Bob Njagi. Bob Njagi, good to see you after quite a long time. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing quite well.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
Before we get into politics, which team are you supporting in the World Cup?
African team, of course, Senegal. I put my bet on Senegal.
Right.
They've really built a very strong, formidable team over the years. And I could place my bet on Senegal and Morocco.
You and I are on the same WhatsApp group. Hapo kwa Senegal, for sure.
Yeah.
I am supporting them for the win.
Yeah,
so I wish them all the best.
Nyinyi, tutawasafirisha mwende West Africa. Mwende msupport.
No, at this point, City, we are all African.
Kwendeni.
But if DRC makes it, unajua City anapendanga Lingala. If DRC makes it, we are together on that.
They're all what we call francophone.
Yes.
But
both
you know, guys,
DRC and Senegal.
To be honest, Senegal play some sublime football.
What they do?
Na Ghana pia. Wakiamkamka. They play some beautiful football. Ni soka ma football.
Yeah.
Yes. But in terms of support,
DRC. All right. I also have some a soft spot for Fally Ipupa. So for that reason, I'll also support DRC.
I would have said for the East African community.
Yes.
I think they're the only country from this East African region.
Yes, by the way.
So that's that's a big one.
They are the only ones, by the way, from the region.
Yeah.
Bob Njagi, as we talk about the finance bill and the other issues, the Utumishi fire tragedy, what are your thoughts on it?
Mine is just to pay my condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. I think we are doing a lot of neglect to especially the largest society of this country, which is the children. We normally don't talk about children, even in parliament. And I also believe that they should be given a space in this country. Actually, we should be having a children's parliament that should be discussing issues related to children's rights. We talk about the youth, we talk about women, we talk about persons living with disabilities, but we rarely discuss about our children and their rights. Their rights to education, which has been trampled upon. It's the children suffering when we don't have education. It's the children who suffer when we don't have good healthcare systems. So mine is to say that as a country and as a nation, we need to look more closely at issues related to children. Anything touching on children should be mainstreamed. And I was not happy when I heard that the response was not coming from especially leaders in the country on that issue. I will not want to speak much about it. Because I don't have much details.
Okay. But we actually have a Kenya Children's Assembly, which is an elected parliamentary style body that allows children to represent their peers, voice their concerns, and participate in policy discussions. But I agree with you, it hasn't been given prominence. Not a lot of Kenyans actually know that it actually exists. And the only reason I know it exists is because there's one time I interviewed, I believe it was their president or someone, there was one of their leaders. I actually got to interview them, and that's how I got to know about them. But yes, it does exist, but it needs to be given a larger voice. All right. On the issue to do with finance bill, there are a lot of things that have been discussed all over media, especially, for instance, I remember one of the things that came out is the tax on mobile telephony, and even Safaricom this morning has said in the dailies that this is going to increase call costs. If you look at page 6 of the Daily Nation, they're saying telcos warn mobile phone charges will increase due to the finance bill proposals. They're also charging higher fees now on handsets. There's a tax that has been introduced on handsets. There's a tax on bottled water as well. Some sections of Kenyans are saying taxes on bottled water have been increased, yet not every Kenyan has got tapped water in their houses. Some of them they rely heavily on this bottled water. But what are your thoughts basically generally on the finance bill?
Generally, the finance bill 2026 is more or less similar to other finance bills you have seen in the past. First and foremost, we are looking at a very extravagant budget of 4.262 trillion, right? Kenyans are asking themselves, what is all this money for? Do we even need to undertake the mega projects that are being put, which we're calling budgeted corruption? So first and foremost, we have a problem even with what the kind of budgets that we're raising and how they're being appropriated. Not even how we're raising finances to finance that budget. Let's start from where the problem is how do you come up with that budget? What are your priorities as a government? Kenyans don't want to be told more expressways. We just want the basic needs to be met. So let's first simplify what we need to do as a country. Do we really need that 4.62 trillion budget? What is it for? Have they justified that budget? Now let's come to the financing of that budget. They're again targeting to increase taxes on some of these essential items. For instance, mobile services. It's become an essential service, which means the cost of communicating will go up again. You're talking about increasing rates on rent. Many Kenyans are living on rental houses.
Yes.
Okay. Article 43 guarantees the right to housing as one of the social economic rights. You shouldn't make it more difficult for Kenyans to access housing. If you're not providing that affordable housing, people are renting their own houses. Don't tax those houses. It's a protected right under the Constitution. All right. So again, we're looking at them looking for monies or raising monies from the essentials again, which brings up the cost of living. So yes, we understand that government needs money to finance its activities, but again, we are pointing fingers at the largesse of government. Why do you need 17 billion to finance State House? Whereas the same amount of money, you just need slightly more to finance the education system. So it's about the priorities that we are having as a country. Secondly, we are looking at who is really coming up with these fiscal policies. We are looking at a country that is being held hostage by Western powers. Yes.
How so?
We have institutions like IMF, World Bank, okay,
yes,
where we are borrowing our monies from. These are the institutions that are dictating the fiscal policy of the country. They insist that we have to sell some of our parastatals in order to access
like
these loans.
KBC, Safaricom, and so on.
And in the process of that happening, they are undervalued. Okay, they end up in the hands of a few individuals. Yeah, so we are even losing what we call strategic assets of the country.
Yes.
While pretending to be dissolving these assets to create some fund.
But is the Kenya Kwanza government the first one to sell government assets, government-owned enterprises, and so on and so forth?
I think in this kind of manner, yes. But we have had previous governments doing the same.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that two wrongs make it right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we had the structural adjustment programs during the Moi era, what then happened to the country was far worse than what we're seeing here. Because the same Bretton Woods institutions are the ones who came up with these really lopsided ideas of what it is that constituted a government's assets, government properties. They had bizarre understandings of how it is a government should have its workers work for them. The government, they said, did not have. It wasn't the government's mandate to house its workers. It wasn't the government's mandate to God knows own things. It opened the door to what we're seeing now, in my opinion, because the moment the government now had to sell off its houses, had to sell off parastatal houses like railway. Yes, that's what they did. So sell them off to whom? Suddenly, everything that the government seemed to have owned was up for grabs and up for sale. Okay.
And they ended up buying those assets themselves.
What happened is some of them were actually those who were politically aligned. You'd get an allocation. The government could allocate things to you, by the way, you pay land rates and whatever, but it's allocated. The government that we had prior to that, the housing that Bob talks of, National Housing guaranteed that there were houses that were built specifically to accommodate people who could not pay those high rents. All these estates that you see in Eastlands and what have you, not only were they built, they kept building others, and in all major towns you found National Housing putting up these structures.
Correct.
Now the moment that was done away with, National Housing became a shell.
Yeah.
So fast forward, we now have affordable housing. And that one is riddled with so many issues.
Yes.
Now, I have this problem. When I look at the problems, the so-called problem that we have, the World Bank do not come to us. We go to them. They don't come and tell us we want to lend you money. They can.
Yes.
In the Kibaki era, there was that possibility. But Kibaki preferred to go to China, because the terms in which those fellows were going about their business was very different from these fellows. World Bank and IMF, you were told, are lenders of the last resort. They're not people you rush to go to, because they'll extract.
Anima Shylock.
No, they're not quite Shylocks. But the terms and conditions they will give you, they're the terms and conditions that guarantee you will not grow. They enforce a certain discipline. Let me move back a bit. I want to see a country, whether it is on this continent and others, where they have had the World Bank or IMF with their clause inside them, how they have moved out of whatever debt trap they had, and what is that has become of them. You will find that some of those countries, even as we speak right now, their debt portfolios are very high. But part of the reason why they survive, the money was lent in a currency that is close to them. Like if you are lent money in euros and you are in the EU, you will not have the same problem that we have, because as we are borrowing in dollars.
Yes.
So any slight shift in the global economy, you end up having paid, and at the same time, you more or less just go back to net zero. You pay, the dollar does a little yo-yo, your interest increases, so whatever it is you're paying, the principal never really moves. But Bob, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Is there a way out of all this? Because we know what the problem is.
There is a way out.
Is there a way out? Yes.
Of the economic.
Yes, this situation that we keep talking about, because
it's not very easy to. It's not a one solution. Okay. The economy as it is, to fix it requires multiple approaches towards it. One, you're talking about the debt. Debt is a factor which is contributing towards our taxes going away. So we must have a solution on the debt crisis. And to that extent, I largely agree with Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, to the extent that we say is that we need to do a forensic audit of our debts to establish whether they're actually genuine debts or not. All right, there's no way you can develop when you're paying debts that you've never used. All right, it's nonsensical. Okay, it's nonsensical. So we need to first deal with the issue of debt and really address the debt issue. Secondly, we've had countries like other countries in Africa that, yes, have even paid off their debts. So we need to ask ourselves, how did they actually do it? Burkina Faso, I will go back there. Is a country that has liberated itself economically in a very short period of time. So we need to ask ourselves, what have they done right which we're not getting right?
It's called a coup.
No. They've had very many coups, and they never got them stopped.
Okay, I'm talking about the economic part of it.
No, I was just playing.
Yeah, but indeed, yes, it began with a coup, because the people who were actually exploiting those resources were the French.
Yes.
Okay, so it had to become, and the French was the one that was installing those governments and presidents that would then collaborate with them to continue exploiting the people. And it took a coup for that to end.
Okay.
It may not be the right way to go in Kenya. We have a constitutional order which works, okay? But we can also have a constitutional coup here in Kenya, which means we remove the system that is there, and we have people like Bob Njagi and others who understand the fundamentals, the fundamentals.
Yes.
Yeah.
because we have Ken or Maria would put it.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, as he's asking about the economy, one, there's a debt issue. Secondly, we look at issues of just gross grand corruption, which is a systemic problem we have in the country. This, irrespective of whichever economic model you have, if we don't change our culture of corruption in governance,
wastage.
I mean, for us to become a Singapore, we have to be totally corruption free in the systems of governance. So that's a second one. All right, we have to. That's why I say there are different approaches towards making the economy work. And then thirdly, we have proper fiscal policies where we make proper sound investments of our resources, of the little resources we have. Okay, if we need to build a road, is it the road that is going to benefit this country economically?
Yes.
That's a road that we first build, not a road going to nowhere. All right, if it's going back into manufacturing, industrialization, creating jobs, expanding the economy from the bottom. I mean, it's a multifaceted approach towards building and revamping this economy, but it can be done. Other countries have done it, and they were worse off than Kenya.
Yeah.
All right.
You know,
so it can be done.
Yeah, I was actually telling City this morning. I don't know if you watched the news yesterday. The Wajir Stadium that the president is going to be conducting Madaraka Day celebrations from today. I just checked it online, and it costs about 900 million Kenya shillings to construct, build, and right now it's operational. It's providing water, and of course it's going to be a hub for the sportsmen in that particular area. And we were just thinking that we were told we lose about 3 billion Kenya shillings daily in this country. Imagine if we saved all that money just for about a month. We can have stadia in every county. We can have water for people in every county. We can have, and this is clean drinking water, not just that maji, but clean drinking water for every person in Kenya. So I agree with you. If we were to just curb the corruption aspect alone, the things we would do for this country would be amazing.
Now, it comes to the question of how. How do we curb that corruption? I have that solution, and that's why I said we have a referendum that is going to address even the issue of corruption through a change of the system and structures of governance. Because for us, corruption is systemic. So for us to address it, we have to address it from a systemic perspective, not from an emotional perspective or even legal perspective. And how we look at it as a Free Kenya Popular Initiative is we have proposed to have a system of the people's government that would oversight over the national government and the county governments, so that we have the people themselves monitoring the resources. And that's how to end corruption. Because right now what happens, the people don't know how the money flows from the treasury to the county coffers, from the county coffers to the contractors, and where the looting is done. So once the people start observing and looking at the processes of how money is spent, that's what we call accountability. We are lacking what we call accountability. So the people's governments will introduce accountability, which is not being done directly, because right now accountability is supposed to be done by our representatives,
the MPs, the MCAs,
and the MCAs,
and the senators.
So what if they fail to do it? Because I told you it's a systemic failure. So we have to address it from a systemic approach, and we are coming up with a different system called the people's governments. It worked in Makueni County. It can work in all the 47 counties, and that's the way we are proposing as one of the measures to actually stem corruption. Okay. As we are doing that, we are also advancing what you call public participation, where people can represent themselves directly as per Article 1 through that structure of the people's governments. Okay. But now, coming back to the topic of the day, which is the cost of living and the finance bill. As a Free Kenya Popular Initiative, we are collecting 1 million signatures. Our primary question is to abolish taxes on basic and essential commodities. 15 items, including petrol, diesel, kerosene, water, electricity, sanitary towels, unga ya ugali, unga ya chapati, cooking oil, and a few other items. So we want to exempt these items from taxation. Completely, and have it in the as a constitutional protected under the constitution, in such a way that any successive governments will not be able to tax these items. What is our reasoning behind it? These are basic and essential items that are necessary for the economic, social development of any nation. Okay, Ethiopia, as we speak, is retailing fuel at 167 shillings a liter. Okay, so they have subsidized close to around not subsidizing, but actually they're not taxing, because what we are doing is that we have so many taxes and levies on fuel. Every liter of fuel is attracting close to around 80 to 90 shillings of taxes and levies. So what we are saying as a Free Kenya Popular Initiative, let us remove these taxes from that fuel. If we put in place a system of governance that stems corruption, like you're saying, that 3 billion shillings which is being lost every day, it is enough for it to fill in the gap of development which we are lacking at the moment. Okay. Secondly, we address the other issue of debt. So we're not disempowered, but we need to address these issues from a different perspective. And for us, the way we see it as a Free Kenya movement, it is not time to protest right now. We can protest about taxes. Many more people will die. Okay. The finance bill dropped the other time, but they have been implementing it piece by piece, one by one, until to date. You see? So my take, what I'd ask Kenyans to do today is let us invoke Article 1 and Article 257 of the Constitution. Collect 1 million signatures. Our portal is www.freekenya.co.ke. If we raise 1 million signatures, we can be able to petition IBC and do a referendum, not only on the cost of living, but on other issues. We have about a 7-point agenda in that referendum. I think perhaps I can take you just briefly through a few of them. Number one, as we said, we have to end tax on essential goods, abolish taxation on basic commodities, including petrol, diesel, kerosene, and other essential household items. The second one is the proposal is the people's governments, which I've already explained. The third one is fair representation, where women, youth, persons living with disabilities, and the marginalized communities shall be directly elected from the counties and the constituencies. So we do away with the nominations, because already you have a balanced parliament. Electoral reforms. I think City, for the longest time, we've been fighting over elections. Every election cycle has to end up with violence, people going for presidential petitions. So why don't we deal with that issue now that we have the time? Okay, we don't talk again to say fungueni sava. Come on,
azei funguliwa.
Now, why don't we deal with these servers issues and have an electronic system of voting? It happens in Brazil, in India. India has over 300 billion registered voters, and nobody goes for a presidential petition. And
actually, and you know what? On this issue of India, it's been mentioned so many times on this particular show. And I think someone needs to not even explain. We need a very proper, good demonstration on it. I don't know who will ever do that for us.
It's been explained to us. Remember?
No, I mean a demo. You know, a demo from just being told is different.
What I'm saying is, the system that they speak of, they created it themselves, which means it's a system that suits their needs. If it has a hiccup, watu wa kuiunde kwa wako tu hapo tu, hakuna vitu vya kusumbua. We keep these figures. IBC won 745 billion, and I'm thinking, why do we need, forget that money, why do we even need a fraction of that money to run an election?
Because everything we use is not even locally from the machines.
That is precisely the point.
The ballot papers to the ballot boxes.
What stops us? We take people to be educated in India. What stops us? Yes, we do. What stops us? Do we hear the Indian government sending students to Kenya to learn? What stops us from actually asking those fellows who built that system
to come and do it for us?
No. Help us understand. We also have people who understand these things. We do. Help us create a system that will meet our needs. We know our peculiarities. We know what we do with elections. We know how we pre-reg elections. At party, forget national level, at party levels. What Bob is talking about makes perfect sense. Because if we cure this nonsense, where the presidential election is treated as though we are electing a king, where everything revolves around the presidential election, this nonsense we keep talking about our political, the temperature will automatically go down.
Raila was a frequent visitor in India. I saw our president also. Did he go to India? I'm not sure. But Prime Minister Modi, every once in a while, he will send shout-outs to Kenya. Why we haven't collaborated on this issue is actually beyond me.
Yeah, I think simply because perhaps those in the system don't want those reforms. Because they would guarantee a free and fair election. That would be. But now it's up to us, the people, to demand for it through a referendum. We also look at independent commissions, and we are looking at advancing devolution, strengthening devolution. Those are some of the 7-point agendas of the Free Kenya Popular Initiative. You see, so we are saying we are moving from maandamano now to majadiliano. I mean, it's the cost of protest is becoming too high on
yes it is. Businesses have to stop.
We shall if we have to. Actually today, I'm joining a peaceful protest for the end femicide in solidarity with the women. A lot of our women have also been killed lately. and we are joining that protest today. I hope the police are going to maintain law and order.
Hii femicide hawana shida nayo.
Last time they really tear gassed.
Oh, really?
The femicide march. Yes, they did. It was very unfortunate. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
They did. They did. They actually tear gassed the young women in the streets here. Yeah.
You get the impression
Peacefully.
that tear gassing is the police services way of protesting also. You come out to march, then they tear gas you.
Yeah, so
ama ni budget ya tear gas inakuanga lazima mtumie ndio next year mpate hiyo budget, because msipotumia tear gas.
Paul, you know these policemen and women are our cousins.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but the other day we had the Arsenal fans when they were in the streets. There was no tear gas.
Yeah.
But when you come to dissent,
it depends. Did they say Ruto must go?
Is there a protest in Kenya where you will not hear people saying that? No, is there?
Okay, I don't know. I don't attend these things, so I wouldn't know.
You don't need to attend. You just need to watch. There will be people who are shouting one time. There will be people who are saying Ruto must go. They're always there.
Okay.
You know the thing that I think sometimes is missed by the political class? Those are good things. When people have the freedom to express themselves, Baba, it's a safety valve. Pressure natoka. Okay?
yes.
When these things are bottled up is when you have a problem. So long as people, look, protest is a right. We have the right to picket. We all these things are our rights. Now, the police service haven't gotten this, they'll get it. They also have a right to picket. They may not think so, but they do. We are representing them in simply showing solidarity. They ought to picket, given the houses that they live in. They ought to picket, given these measly salaries that they're paid. The reason why we have this in the constitution is because it's a means by which the citizenry speak to those in power and tell them, folks, we are not happy about this. Can we have dialogue? So when I hear Bob talking about they're moving from Andaman to Majadiliano, my heart leaps for joy, because it means we're saying, look, what we want is a solution. What is the best way of finding this solution in a way that we will find agreeable and amicable, so that people just don't die meaninglessly?
True story.
Correct. Like on Friday, we had a very successful signature drive in CBD. For the first time, we were not tear gassed. And that's a kind of engagement we are hoping going forward. We can be allowed to assemble and associate, because we...
How did you do it? Did you have stations?
We notified.
You notified them. The law requires you to notify them.
We notified the sub-region commander is in Pangani.
Yes.
That's the order nowadays. If you want to do any activity, you have to go to the Nairobi sub-region commander.
Right.
From there, you get the notification. You take it to the OCSs. We took it to the OCS Central, KICC, Kamkunji. Notified all of them.
Okay.
We got the stamps received. And then we made it public through the media, and we had a press briefing at Bunge la Mwananchi at Jivanji on the 29th morning, which was very successful. And thereafter, we went on the streets raising the signatures, talking to the public about how we can deal with this issue of the high cost of living by just
penning your signature.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yes. We are collecting.
How many did you collect on Friday? You said Friday?
Yeah, over 3,000 in a day, and just a few of us who were just doing that, which was quite good. We have an online signature portal that can take up to millions now, which is www.freekenya.co.ke. I think you can check it out, and you'll see the 7-point agenda is there, and you can sign online.
Okay.
We're hoping by end of June, next month, we could
have hit the 1 million.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we can now change this discussion into a more structured dialogue.
So what will happen when you hit the 1 million signatures?
Once we get to 1 million, we are calling for a convention, a national convention, kind of a bombers type, where we bring in stakeholders. They come to view the draft bill, which we shall have drafted. Before we take the signatures to IBC, that is, first we have a convention with the civil society, the media. We'll invite all Kenyans to look at the draft bill which we are proposing. So by the time we finalize the last bill to go to IBC with the signatures, it is a popular bill, okay? And that way Kenyans already know what they're getting into. Unlike one of the former court. Unfortunately, there's a problem he did with this bill. Before taking it to IBC,
he would have
he rushed it too fast. You know, he would have gone with the people. he went ahead of the people, you see. And so by the time he went to IBC, is when people are, oh, there's a referendum. What is he talking about, Punguza Mzigo?
Actually, the Punguza Mzigo initiative was a very good initiative.
Very good, but wrongly implemented.
It was an excellent.
Yeah. So we don't want to make such mistakes, and we want to go with the people. Once we raise the 1 million signatures, these people who have signed the signatures will invite them for that convention as well.
Okay.
So that we look at the draft bill and present that. We have 6 months to do that, hopefully by December.
All right.
Yeah.
Sawa sawa.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving us time to talk to Kenyans about this.
No. Well, actually, this is what you have a mandate, so do we.
Yeah.
We hear of things and we'd like the duty bearers to come and expound on it so that the public cannot say they have not heard or it hasn't been explained to them.
Yeah.
You see, my problem, and this is a problem, Bob, is this. When you've lived as long as I have, you've seen similar things being done in a time when what was being done was considered good. My fear and my problem is when people who are freedom fighters like yourself get into power, we lose the accountability factor, and it is very easy for us to recede to the very things that we were fighting against or the things we wanted to leave behind. One saw this with the Kibaki presidency. Very many people who had been in the fight for multi-party democracy, people who had sought to bring in the new constitution, once people got into government, all those gains that we were supposed to now enhance diminished.
Correct. It happens.
Yes. And now 2 decades later is when we're realizing, we lost something there, we start again. What are the guarantees that we will not slide back?
First, I think that's a very important question. One, in the days we used to support an individual, I think we are now supporting an idea, not an individual. It is wrong when you put your trust on let's say, oh, Kibaki or so will be our savior.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's why we are talking, even for us as Free Kenya, we are coming up with structural and systemic reforms which outlive a human being, institutional reforms. Those are the kind of changes we want, not a change of who is the president and who is the governor, no. Institutional changes and structural changes. Those ones will outlive any person, okay? So, for example, when Kibaki came in, he came in as an individual and he put in the free primary education. But did he make it or structure it in a way that it will forever remain as free?
He did not.
He did not. So the next president who came, he removed the free. Okay? So what I'm saying is this. We need to have leaders who can transform ideologically and systems and structures, not...
Bob, I'm of this mind.
Yes.
What you're saying makes sense. I place the heart of our problem to the loss of the vision for accountability and to grow our understanding of accountability. It doesn't really matter how well-meaning a person is.
Yeah.
Once they have power, they will change.
Power changes people.
Oh, it changes people really drastically.
Yeah.
And no one is immune from that change. But the accountability factor guarantees that when somebody's just losing their way, they can be shepherded back in.
Yeah.
How do we guarantee that accountability factor? Because it is the one thing we lack. The moment people get into power, even those who were in the opposition or wanted to hold people to accountability, they form a choir. And then they start singing to the tune of the person who's in power.
Yeah, I think that goes back still to the systems and structures which we are using for governance. There's a loophole. The moment people get into office, like you become an MP, okay, you're taken in by the system. And that system that you're trying to fight from within, you cannot manage to fight it. It's been designed structurally. It's been designed to work in a certain way. And if you try to make it work in a different way, the system will just churn you out.
It fights you back.
It will churn you out. From the people working under you, the secretaries, all of them will sabotage you.
Okay. Bob,
It's a systemic failure.
It is, but
so that's why we're saying we have to get a leadership that can be able to create a different system. We cannot use the same system and expect it to change. I mean, that's why Kibaki tried. He tried to innovate it, but he could not. It went back to factory settings.
Yeah.
You know,
let me just read.
It went back to factory settings.
Let me read the comment here from one of I almost said watchers, from one of our audience members. Daughter of Africa anasema, systems fail from the smallest unit, that is the family. Do you believe so?
Yes.
Okay.
True.
Erickson Odhiambo says, Article 1 is not operational. I am part of the team that drafted Punguza Mzigo Kenya that would invoke Article 257/8, Popular Initiative, for a referendum as per the law. There is a lot of gatekeeping with the electoral process. We proposed that you should automatically become a voter when one turns 18. I actually think that should have been the case. History registering new voters is what I usually don't get.
You know, I have rarely come across anything that was as comprehensive as that
Punguza Mzigo.
Oh, it was thought through. It was so well thought through.
Yeah. You imagine there's an 18-year-old here in Kenya who has got to go and register to become a voter. Yet the government already has issued him with an ID card. But now he has to go and... I mean, I get the whole idea where you have to choose whether you'll vote in Westlands or Kisumu or Kitui. But this whole issue of now I have got to go and register afresh for everything, including getting that ID, for me is what is
really... the system that Bob speaks of, huh?
Yeah.
Remember when we had the Huduma
number?
Yes. The thinking behind it was sound. If at birth you have a number, it means that when you become of age, you don't need to go and get your ID. No. That is like your PIN number throughout your life. You are called to come and pick your ID because you've attained age. And what you're saying then comes into force. By virtue of that, you are a voter.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. You just need to choose your voting station.
Yes. To understand the complexity of it, the complexity we create, forget the national elections and look at how parties handle their elections. It'll tell you volumes about this. It's not the presidential elections, it is not IBC, it is us, the way we go about our business or the way we've allowed it to move along. Rigging takes place, the highest forms of rigging are in the political parties.
Yeah. Correct,
yeah.
Yeah.
So by the time we get to national...
I was a deputy director of elections for ODM, deputizing Junaid Mohammed for about 9 years.
Yes.
And I was vying for MP Kajiado East in 2017.
Yes.
And I'm the deputy director of elections, and I got rigged in that nomination process.
And you're the deputy director?
Yes. And that's at the point when I realized, Apana, you know.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
No, me, I'm not sorry.
Me, I am.
Because he, as an insider, should have known how these things work.
No, but what he's alluding to is the fact that that thing is an entity that has a life of its own. And you, as the deputy director, as powerful as you think you might be as far as that is concerned, he realized very quickly that he had no power.
I've been told stories which are crazier than Bob's. People are lining up for some party nomination election.
Certificates, yeah.
It's supposed to be from 8. At around 11 is when party officials come with these OMO boxes. That's supposed to be a ballot box.
Yes.
An exercise in which it will be told on a paper page you and you are awake.
Yes.
Now, people have queued. They're still organizing it. And some have a radio on. One of the people who's supposed to be a candidate in that particular constituency,
yes,
is already announcing on one of the local radio stations
that he has won,
thanking people for electing him, and nobody has voted.
It actually happens. You know? It happens. It happens.
Yeah, so
he moved through time.
No one has cast a single vote, and he's thanking people for having elected.
He's a prophet.
You might laugh at it.
Yes.
But this nomination process of political parties is very key to our democratic process in the country.
Yes.
Because it is the process that eventually leads to the candidate who comes on the ballot, who then becomes your member of parliament.
Yes.
And that guy has rigged himself from the nomination process.
Yes.
He got to the ballot, and because the party is popular in that region,
he won the
he has
election.
a higher chance of winning. And this now has become a systemic cancer. And actually, that's what we're saying, political parties are actually part of the problem in this country in terms of governance.
They introduce the citizenry to rigging.
Yeah.
So how do we cure that?
How do we cure that is for us as the Free Kenya movement, we have deliberately opted to form a coalition of independent leaders. I'm vying for president as an independent candidate. And we are teaming up with 290 member of parliaments, independent.
Yes.
47 governors, independent, senators.
Independent.
So we are circumventing the political structure by using an alternative created in the constitution as a loophole to get to power through as an independent candidate. So that now the young people don't have to go and pay bribes. The good leaders don't have to, the women don't have to go and give favors, even sexual favors, to be given those tickets.
Yeah, we've
they
heard
just
of
come
that
and
as well.
vie as independents, and we form a coalition, and we get the right people into parliament. You can imagine if we have like 50 independent members of parliament, business would not go on as it is today, because nowadays the political parties are the ones being whipped to vote in a certain way. So you find a handful of people, like 5 people, can control the order of business in parliament.
Yeah.
If the party leaders sit together and conspire against the whole country and say that we are going to increase taxes, that is what will happen. So we need to have an alternative voice in parliament, and we are saying let's vote in independent leaders first as Kenyans. Why are we doing so? All these parties, UDA, you name them, the big parties, are the ones who are in parliament today. Those who are calling for one term outside parliament, have they done any serious impeachment motions in parliament to impeach the current president?
Yeah.
If you put together the numbers of DCP, ODM, Linda Mwananchi side, and Wiper, I'm sure those numbers are enough to pass a vote of no confidence. Have they attempted to do that? No.
Actually, I saw someone asking Sifuna the same thing, like, you are a senator. I mean, you have the platform to go introduce a motion of no confidence.
Let it fail. They see that they have tried and failed, but not even trying to at all.
Okay.
And then coming on the streets and saying must go. That is one. So I think independent leaders will be the next big thing in these coming elections, especially with the Gen Zs, the young people. Many of them are aspiring to lead. It's very affordable to vie as an independent candidate. I vied for member of parliament in the last elections again.
As an independent?
As an independent, yes.
Okay.
And now we have this coalition, and we're going to be calling for a conference for independent leaders, aspirants in Nairobi, to start building that coalition.
You said it's cheap. When you said it's cheap, you meant
it's affordable because to vie for member of parliament, you only pay about 10,000 shillings to IBC,
and you're
on the ballot.
You're on the ballot.
Yeah, but if you're going through the parties, you have to pay for the party life membership. You have to pay for the nomination fees. Then now you still get rigged out.
Nikunoma.
Mbaya.
What? Okay. Again, let me read another comment here. This is Zach. Zach is saying, in some jurisdictions, essential goods are tax-free. Juice is not taxed, but what? But pop is. What is pop? Okay. Plain milk is not, but flavored milk is. Dry beans or cereal isn't, but canned ones are. That's how it should be. That's a very good idea, by the way.
It is.
The essential ones you don't tax, but now when you value add some, then tax that one.
Yeah, that's the kind of discussions Kenyans should be having because we are supposed to participate even in the making of these bills. So for basic and essential commodities, we're saying let's zero rate them completely. What it will do, essentially, it brings down the cost of production. And that's why you're seeing so many companies running to Ethiopia, because the cost of production there has gone far cheaper. One, they have a great source of energy. They just developed a new dam, which has enough power to power the industries.
Yes.
And then you bring down the cost of fuel, which is at about far less than Kenya. So with this kind of favorable environment for business, you expect the economy to grow, and that's why Ethiopia's economy currently is almost one of the best, fastest growing economies in Africa, if not in the world. So, and if you look at Kenya, where we are overly taxed, our economy is actually receding. So it is very clear that overtaxation leads to a declining economy. You cannot build an economy by overtaxing people.
You know,
it's counterproductive.
On this continent, you know, we're talking about food subsidies, or food, because in essence, somebody may say, if you don't tax, you're not subsidizing. You are subsidizing because the tax was supposed to raise money for certain activities. So you're going to have to look for money elsewhere to conduct those activities. There was an Egyptian president, very famous one, called Anwar Sadat.
Yes.
Yeah, he's one of he was known because among the people who was able to sign a peace treaty with Israel.
Okay.
And this was after what they call the 7-Day War. But that's not the story. The equivalent of ugali in Egypt and Tunisia is something called baladi bread. Yes. It's a wheat product.
Yes.
IMF, World Bank, this thinking of theirs, they told the government that they must tax that thing. In Tunisia, this is the previous century.
Yes.
The cost of that bread went up to 70%. The riots, the government had to backtrack. Okay?
Yeah.
The people who decide and determine some of these things just look at figures. And to understand how disastrous looking at figures can be, the IMF and World Bank haven't quite figured out the Juakali sector, or what you call the informal sector. So whenever they come up with all these newly fangled ideas, they will tell you that this economy is likely to collapse because of the figures they work out. There was a minister, there was a secretary of state in the American government during the Vietnam War called Robert McNamara. McNamara was famous because the man who relied on data.
Yes.
And body count. This thing, when you watch movies, you have body count. McNamara came up with this thing.
Okay.
It was disastrous because instead of understanding what the people in Vietnam thought, how they went about their business, he was looking at numbers. How many have died? How many have done this? It was a disastrous war for America. With all the money they spent, with all the soldiers, with a much smaller nation with very, very, very few resources beat them at this war. The economic situation that we have is akin to war. And the ally you want is somebody who actually begins by understanding you. Now, in our case, it is important that you understand your people, our people. We are fortunate as a nation that we are very, very hardworking people. And our people are not, we are talkative, we are noisy. But that's just about it. We like debating.
Yeah.
If our people are shown a path that will help them get out of this quagmire we speak of, they'll take it and they'll move with it. But unfortunately, with every movement you make, you allow IMF back into our lives. Chances of actually getting our people out of poverty get slimmer by the day.
Correct.
True. All right. I thought I was going to read one more comment here, but actually, we do have 1 minute. He who feeds you controls you. As long as we are borrowing money from the West, don't be surprised who will be your president. All these US-UK trips being made, elections zilianza kitambo. On the issue of now that we're talking about the US, on the issue of this quarantine facility, what are your thoughts? It is said that, we know the court did put out what is it called, an order last week, but we are told, irregardless, as our former president would say, the quarantine area seems to be very operational.
Okay, first, my thoughts are a bit very radical and extreme at this point on that.
Okay.
Because I don't see how a sane president would allow that on his own people. So my summary of the whole situation, or my understanding of it, is that probably our president is not the same person we believe he is. Following his actions for a long time, I'm getting to some theory which probably we are dealing with a clone. Somebody's already been cloned.
Yeah.
Because his actions are pro Western. They're so pro-Western, it beats logic, you know, that he's not even a puppet. He could be, because I know it's science. People say in science, you know, but any president traveling to the U.S., how do you know the person who came back is the same person?
Okay.
You might laugh about it.
Oh no, me, I'm definitely
But
laughing.
since the time he came back,
they were radical views.
very radical. Look at the time we came back. We started with GMO. We went to, you know, the other thing. I don't want to mention it on air. Then we have all this incursion and policies by IMF.
Yes,
being passed through Parliament by force, by fire. Okay, people dying, yet there is no remorse. And now you're having this Ebola thing.
Yes.
Are you telling me that we are really dealing with, it could be something bigger than we actually think? That's what I'm saying. I'm just throwing something into this
works.
Yeah.
You're throwing a spanner into the works.
Yeah, and I could be proven wrong, right in time to come.
Okay.
You saw those things when he came back. There's a photo image of some 4 holes here. Yes.
Bob,
So you people be careful.
You've taken conspiracy theory to a completely different level.
For sure. But how else would you explain all these other things? It makes no sense.
It is not difficult to explain.
Make it make sense.
Let me tell you why I'm saying it is not difficult to explain, Bob. When people talk about loans, the West offer concession loans as well. Those are never burdensome. They are long-term, even given a period where you don't have to pay, blah, blah, blah. The moment you go to IMF or World Bank, those are banks. Those fellows will give you money on their terms. It's a bank. On their terms. And if the loans are short-term, you are in trouble. It's a debate for another day. What makes somebody go for short-term loans?
What makes somebody bring Ebola virus or Ebola patients to Laikipia?
We actually already have...
Is there any reasoning or scientific explanation that
actually,
the way you've explained about loans, can you explain about
Actually, I can because the facility that is in Laikipia, Nanyuki is in Laikipia.
Yeah.
The hospital that deals with certain infectious diseases already exists. It's not that it's being built. The capacity of the hospital that was there, this is something that began in 2015. It didn't begin yesterday. So if one bothers to just look at the history of it and what it is that was signed into by CS Macharia at that particular point in time, ratified later by Mutai, you will understand the process of what we are speaking of now.
No, City will not convince us on that.
I'm not trying to convince you.
This matter should have gone through Parliament.
It did. That's the whole point. It was ratified in 2016 by Parliament.
Let me ask you, when the President was signing away our health data to the US government, see, this is all part of this coming together.
You've actually changed the topic.
No, it's still related because the health data is a this Ebola thing is a continuation of that.
Was it our health data or was it just demographics and data?
The health data, even your health right now, City, if you go to be treated today at a hospital.
Bob, that orb that we're looking into was just collecting details that we have. Our health information may have been involved in it, but it collected a wholesome, it wasn't just health, everything about us.
So the health data was there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I'm telling Bob, it was not specifically the health data.
That is how our health sovereignty is being trampled upon, and now they're trampling on our sovereignty as Kenyans by putting in a facility that we do not have even the capacity to control. If Ebola breaks out, even we'll start lockdowns, and you'll be telling me here, City, that's how COVID came.
Bob,
it came with on a plane.
Bob.
We didn't have COVID in Kenya.
True.
COVID came on a plane, and we saw it coming. And instead of us saying no, we allowed it to come in. Then lockdowns, shutdowns.
And here we are.
And you know, this is an election coming. So what if the strategy is to bring in the virus and then start saying, oh, it has escaped from here. So now we need to start lockdowns to avoid people from doing political rallies and everything. We can see the script being written.
As a fellow conspiracy theorist, trust me, I'm very much with you on this one. Anyway, gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. It is now 5 minutes past 8 o'clock. Nimeanza kuona nikifinyua jicho on the other end. But thank you so much for coming in. Happy Madaraka Day to you.
Happy Madaraka Day to you too.
Coming up is Fanya Mambo Kinodia. He's a lawyer, he's a political analyst, and he's also an aspirant for Dagoretti North. Kwa hivyo stand by for the conversation with him.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Players at the 2026 FIFA World Cup will no longer be allowed to use goalkeeper injury stoppages to receive instructions from coaches. FIFA's head of referees Pierluigi Collina says the move is aimed at stopping what has become known as a goalkeeper tactical timeout, where teams use injury breaks to discuss tactics or disrupt the opposition's momentum. Meanwhile, football's law-making body IFAB has approved changes to VAR that will allow video reviews of attacking fouls that occur before the ball comes back into play. Kenya's Emmanuel Wanyonyi finished second in the men's 800 meters at the Rabat Diamond League in Morocco yesterday, competing in his first outdoor 800 meters race of the 2026 season. Wanyonyi clocked 1 minute 43.56 seconds, finishing behind Britain's Max Bargin, who won the race in 1 minute 42.98 seconds. Algeria's Limane Mula came in third in a time of 1 minute 43.73 seconds. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenyans have gathered at Wajir Stadium for the 63rd Madaraka Day celebrations, marking a historic moment as the county hosts the national event for the first time. The newly upgraded stadium was filled with residents, dignitaries and visitors who turned up early to witness the celebrations. Security was heightened as preparations culminated in a colorful display of national unity and cultural performances. President William Ruto has announced plans to revive the 157-kilometer Modogashe-Samatar Road project, which has stalled for several years. Speaking in Habaswein Town, Wajir County on May 31st, the head of state said the project is aimed at restoring connectivity and linking residents of Wajir to the rest of the country. He said the government is committed to ending long-standing marginalization in the region through improved infrastructure and development projects. The president is today leading the country in the Madaraka Day celebrations.
Niliwaeleza ya kwamba barabara ya kwenda Northern Kenya tutatengeneza. Hiyo barabara imengojewa miaka 60. Mpaka watu wa huku Northern Kenya wakati wanakuja Nairobi ati wanaenda Kenya kwa sababu ya mambo ya marginalization. Ndio mimi nasimama hapa kusema hii barabara, wengi waliimba barabara hiyo. Mimi nitawatengenezea hii barabara kwa sababu ni haki yenu kama watu wa taifa letu la Kenya. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Kwanza hii barabara kutoka pale Modogashe kujipitia hapa Iswain kwenda mpaka Samatar ilikuwa imewekwa kwa program nyingine inaitwa Annuity. Program ambayo ilikuwa imekwama.
DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has expressed concern over reports suggesting that Kenya could host a quarantine facility for individuals exposed to Ebola. Speaking in Karen, Gachagua said he was initially shocked by the reports and assumed they were fake or generated by artificial intelligence. He questioned why Kenya will be considered for such a facility, arguing that any potential risks and consequences will be shouldered by Kenyans rather than the United States, which he claimed was seeking an alternative location.
Wewe Rigiji, kwa nini huku tuambia hii maneno ya Ebola inaletwa Kenya? I have not spoken to that matter because I have actually been in shock. When I heard about it, I actually thought it is fake news. I thought it's AI. It has taken me time until my son, who is a medical doctor, Dr. Keith, came to see me yesterday morning and told me it is true. The United States government has said their citizens having Ebola should not step into their land.
Leaders allied to the Kenya Kwanza administration have accused some retired politicians of attempting to create divisions in the Western Kenya region ahead of the next general election. Speaking during a leaders forum in Chekalini, Kakamega County on Sunday, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula and other leaders claim the efforts are aimed at weakening President William Ruto's political support in the region. The leaders dismissed the alleged plans, maintaining that Western Kenya remains firmly behind the president.
Tunawarai viongozi wetu wa shule. Tumekuwa na maafa kama haya. Serikali ilitoa mwongozo kama watoto wanalala katika dormitory ya shule, hasa watoto wadogo, there must be a matron and a mature person sleeping in that dormitory with the children all the time.
US President Donald Trump has reportedly asked for changes to a proposed agreement between the United States and Iran aimed at ending fighting that began earlier this year. According to US media reports, the requested changes concern the Strait of Hormuz, a key global shipping route, and the handling of Iran's highly enriched uranium stockpile. The White House has not publicly commented on the reports. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Radio Generation. Happy Madaraka Day. In case you're just joining us, salamu zimfikie Ruben Mwenda. Bob is true. That guy isn't the same. Remember when he came back, he had the 4 little pinholes at the back of his head. This picture trended for a while. Something most definitely happened. I mean, I saw that picture as well. But hey, Mr. Henry saying, I'm hearing more Ebola news related to Kenya than Congo in international media. Yet the outbreak is in Congo. Yep, just because of that Ebola facility in Laikipia, Kenya. The Real SE saying Zaire Ebola virus is treatable. East Africa needs this facility to treat the disease. Mr. Henry says just because of that Ebola facility in Laikipia, Kenya, anyone might be forgiven to think the outbreak is actually in Kenya. Choices, consequences, travel. All right, sasa basi. Let's get into this particular hour's conversation. And like I told you earlier, we are hosting Fanya Mambo Kinodia. Now, Fanya Mambo is a lawyer. He's a political analyst, but most importantly, he is also an MP aspirant for Dagoretti. Is it Dagoretti North, Mheshimiwa? South. It's South, eh? Ah, sawa. Dagoretti South it is.
Yes.
Welcome and happy Madaraka Day.
Asante, happy Madaraka Day to you. Na nyinyi ni wazuri, nimepewa kachai.
Hiyo chai
ya Madaraka.
Hata ukitaka biscuits, hata ukitaka smoky smocha, ukitaka mayai pasua, it will be provided.
Asante sana.
Now, I had folk here saying that you were in the Hansard as far as Wednesday is concerned.
Yes.
What's
I think it was actually Thursday.
Okay.
Honorable Kemani Ishongwa.
Yes, MP for Kikuyu.
MP for Kikuyu. UDA. I have to put UDA because it's a dying party. Decided to bring my name to the floor of the House. And he was speaking about me in the light of, okay, first he was, of course, trying to belittle me. And he was saying that we are giving people misinformation.
Yes.
On the issue of freehold title deeds.
Yes.
Versus leasehold title deeds. And he actually went ahead to say that there is no such thing, that there is no law in this country that in any way does turn freehold title deeds into leasehold title deeds. So he said that I am misinforming the public and I am disinforming the public about that particular issue.
Well, are you?
No, I'm not. Actually, it has come to my attention and I thought I was wrong, but I'm happy now to know that I am right, that Kimani Ichung'wah is the leader of majority who passes bills that he has no idea what is contained in them.
How so?
He completely has got no idea. You know, first I have to put him at the crime scene.
Yes.
And the crime scene now is Parliament. This is the Hansard of the National Assembly. The Hansard. It's an official record of what transpires during Parliament.
Okay.
So on the 11th of October 2023, yours truly, Kimani Ichung'wah, was in Parliament.
Yes.
Actually, Parliament convened at 2:30 p.m. So if all of you Kenyans, I like telling people things that they can prove.
Yes.
Just go to your phone or your gadget and look for the Hansard.
Okay.
Once you find the Hansard for 11th of October 2023,
yes,
you will find that Kimani Ichung'wah was in Parliament. I want you to quickly go to page number 7 of that Hansard. No, page number 8. So Silvano Sosoro moves a motion for the consideration of the report on the National Rating Bill.
National Rating Bill.
Yes. Kimani Ichung'wah na kiherehere yake akasimama. Akaambiwa sit down by the speaker. It's written on the Hansard here.
Yes.
On page 8. Remember 11th of October 2023.
Hansard ilisema
kiherehere haikuwa hapo,
Okay,
but he was told, where are you standing? Yeah. He was to take your seat first because it was a command, because he was disturbing the house. Now on page 9, Kimani Ichung'wah moves and says, he rises up on the floor of Parliament and he says, it is here, I want to quote him verbatim. I beg to move that the National Rating Bill, into brackets, the National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, be now read for a third time. Anyway, long story short,
yes,
they would go ahead and they would pass the National Rating Bill of 2023. Kimani Ichung'wah moved for the passing of the National Rating Bill 2023. Now, I am holding with me something I had to go and buy from the government printers. Ndio asiseme ni propaganda. Kenyans, go to the Kenya Law Report and I want you to download the National Rating Bill. And I'll take you quickly to section number 5.
Wait,
it's a very simple bill.
These bills are usually bought?
Yes, you can buy it at at government printers, or you can download it from the Kenya Law Reports.
Or for free?
For free. If you download, it's free.
But if you go to the government printer,
you can buy it. It's a small act.
Okay.
Now, section 5, it's a very small section, speaks of application of the act. So this bill was brought to help the government through the counties to start charging rates on land. So what do they say there? Because either Kimani is totally unaware of what this bill is saying, or he's ignorant, or he's pretending not to know. So he says in the floor of the house, and you will play that clip, that there is no such law. This act shall apply to all rateable property within the respective county government, except, that's where they put it, except freehold agricultural land. Sasa watu wa Kikuyu, nyinyi mwenye mulichagua Kimani Ichung'wah, na kwetu Dagoretti South.
Yes.
Our lands we inherited from our grandfathers. They are freehold title deeds. So what this stupid piece of legislation is saying is that moving forward from January 2026, any land that is freehold,
2026 or 2027?
This 2026 ndivyo inaanza operationaliziwa.
Okay.
Any land that is freehold that is not being used for agricultural purposes shall start paying rates. So it becomes rateable. So what they do now, they're allowing the counties, if you read the substantive bill, and I have taken time to read it, the counties will come with a person who is a valuer. They will come and value your land and say, it's freehold, but it has a car wash. It's freehold, but it has a kinyozi. It's freehold, but it has a butchery. So what happens, anybody across the country who has got a freehold title, but the practice happening on that land is not agricultural, will start paying rates. What makes it even more terrible, City, is section 2 of it. You know, kitambo ukikufa, ni kama kulikuwa na heshima kidogo, hawataki kukusumbua. This one, they've taken it a notch higher. They are saying that if you die,
yes,
and you had an executor, your executor pays. If you die and the land is under trustee, the trustee pays. If you die and there was there are people who are doing administration of your property, they pay. So they don't care that you are dead, you'll pay it. Finally, section 19 of this act, this terrible piece of legislation, ilipitishwa na huyo Kimani Ichung'wah mwenye anitaja bunge na mbunge wangu KJ. When they passed this terrible piece of legislation, section 19 subsection 3C says that now the counties are empowered that if you don't pay these new rates that they are going to introduce, they can actually charge your land, the way a bank charges your land, and they can even go to as far as auctioning your land. It's provided in section 19 of this act. So Kenyans, go look for this piece of legislation. It is called the National Rating Act. Once you're done, go look for section 5. So what Kimani Ichung'wah is doing is passing laws in parliament that he has no idea what they are about.
Can we just
a lot
listen
of
to him?
English? Yes, listen to him.
I hope I'll be able to.
So yes. What Kimani Ichung'wah is doing is passing laws.
Oh no, that's our YouTube channel. Yeah. Let me just find it and then nizime hiyo YouTube.
Just hear him out.
All right, there we go. Let me now see kama hii itacheza bila stress.
Hujatuwekea volume.
Finya something or fanya nothing. Fanya nothing, I don't know. Member for Dagoretti South, Honorable KJ. Please go and educate that MC aspirant in your constituency. I know you paid bursary for him. I will not ask you to recall the bursary. But
a few moments later,
Kimani Ichung'wah, you go to the floor of the house and say KJ gave me bursary.
Okay, this is quite interesting. So he doesn't know the position you're vying for.
No, he does.
He does. He obviously does.
He's belittling Fanya Mambo.
Yeah.
He's been told by KJ what to say. Because he even says that KJ, you know, they were actually discussing me because he comes on the floor of the house. You need to get the original version. I think this is a shorter version. Yeah, you need to get the original version. But the original version.
But we get the gist.
Yes. They come and he says on the floor of the house that Honorable KJ told him that KJ paid bursary for me, Fanya Mambo Kinuthia. Now, I may not be very old, but I'm also not very young. I finished high school in the year 2001 at Aquinas High School. At least I have classmates who can come and give witness that I went to high school. Sio kama engineer fulani. Now, if I was in high school and there is evidence that I was in high school in 2001 is when I finished at Aquinas High School.
Yes.
KJ was acting ridiculous in 2001. He was actually saying chochote utasema baba, nitafanya baba. He was acting kamovo.
Tunakumbuka.
And today he's behaving kamovo. Whatever Ruto says, KJ does. So how does he then retrospectively, because he became an MP in 2017, you know, even Kimani Ichung'wah should take time to find out some things. Because he should have asked KJ, wait a minute, umekuwa mbunge when? 2017. Fanya Mambo alimaliza high school when? 201. So you retrospectively started paying bursary for him, ukai backdate to 201, or what happened?
Yeah.
Did I just go back to Gumbaro? Or so it was not making sense when someone comes on the floor of the house and actually lies to the house and says, look here, I paid bursary for this guy. Sasa hizi bursary zake za 3,000. This is a guy who puts up tents for 5 million to give checks worth 3 million. And it's all over the internet. Na watu wanapeangwa checks za 3K. So yes, KJ, thank you. You gave me a check for 3,000 and you paid bursary for me at Aquinas in 201 after becoming MP in 2017. Ama ulipewa invoice ukaambiwa nilikuwa na deni ya shule. Some of the things, anyway, I'm happy that my name being mentioned in parliament is a manifestation.
True.
That I'm going to become a member of the 14th parliament.
And you will remind them of this.
Yes, and I will remind them, thank you for putting my name on the Hansard. I thank God that it's becoming that conversation. But the truth is, substantively, other than anything else, that there is actually an act of parliament that was moved by Kimani Ichung'wah himself on the 11th of October 2023. I don't write the Hansard. The Hansard is online, it's for you. I don't make the act of parliament. It is there online for Kenyans. Now, where is the lie? Where is the misinformation? Where is the disinformation? In fact, his now utterances in parliament go to make him be visible by Kenyans as someone who passes bills and he has no idea what is contained in them. Watu wa Kikuyu, your freehold land inakujiwa na Kimani Ichung'wah. Wanakuja sasa wanaanza kuilipisha rates. It is going to become rateable as long as you're not using it for agriculture.
Yes,
it's rateable.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What then happened for land which was previously agricultural, and a change of user was sought and was given?
So it was agriculture before, then you did a change of user. It's now...
Yes, you can.
I know you can.
Yes, so I'm asking what then becomes...
Ordinarily,
yes,
any leasehold piece of land should be paying rates.
Yeah.
Any leasehold should be paying rates, okay? But the land you inherited from your grandfather, somewhere in Seme, somewhere in Muranga, somewhere in Kirinyaga, that is ancestral land. Why are you coming to charge me rates for ancestral land? So what they are trying to do is, because that ancestral land, most of it is under freehold titles. So now what they are trying to do is to say, if you have a freehold piece of land, a title that reads freehold, but you are not using it for agriculture, you will pay rates on it. So there is discrimination to start with, because a person using freehold land to produce food is trying to make a living, and a person using freehold land to make to have a car wash or a kinyozi or a butchery is making a living. So why are you saying that the person who is growing onions shall not pay rates, but the person who is shaving hair shall pay rates? So it becomes discriminatory. It becomes unfair, for the lack of a better word, to any other person who has a freehold title deed.
Yeah.
And that's what I was telling the people of Kikuyu. Sometimes unadanganywa na tu barabara hapo unaona wajengewa barabara. But the devil is in the detail. They are making now your land impossible to own. Because when they start doing that assessment of the amount of rent payable, it will be crazy and it will be unbearable for many people.
Where? No, I didn't think I would understand things the way I understand them right now. But on behalf of the people who are shocked as myself, this is crazy.
It is there. I usually tell people I never wake up to come on TV and speak like a madman. I take my time to read, and by the time I was speaking of, you know what happened? And he was reacting to a clip that was going online, because I was speaking about freehold and leasehold title deeds and how that is going to change. Of course, someone saw the clip, and because they wanted it to trend on their social media, akaeka fanya mambo on the finance bill and leasehold titles. So it went with the title finance bill across the places, and so they were thinking that I'm talking about finance bill. But where I came now to fight with Kimani Ichung'wah is where he said there is absolutely no piece of legislation that has ever been passed in that house. It's in the whole clip. And I tell Kenyans, go to the clips that were played on that Thursday in the afternoon, last Thursday.
26th May.
26th May. It was all there. He took his whole 5 minutes to discuss Fanyamambo, who according to him is an MCA aspirant, and it is Finya Nothing. He said Finya Nothing, sijui Fanya Nothing, according to him. Na sasa mimi nimeshika kitu inaitwa nothing kwa mkono na ifinya, and that nothing to me is Kimani Ichung'wah, because you can't be passing bills in parliament that you're not aware what they contain.
What can you tell us, other than this bill, other than this, whatever it is, what can you tell us about the finance bill, basically? Because we've had so much, even the previous guest here.
Great.
Kuna mambo mawili matatu ametuambia.
Only two things. I want to hold these two papers, and unfortunately both of them are the same colors. One is a budget. The other one is a finance bill. Now I want to break this down for Kenyans in the simplest possible way. Kenya first makes a budget that this is what we want to do with money. Okay? Then they put down the budget. And then they come and create a finance bill. This finance bill is supposed to help us raise money to meet the needs of this budget.
Okay, so the finance bill finances the budget.
The finance bill is actually a proposal on how they want to raise money.
Yes.
And then once it is passed to parliament, it becomes a law that now this is giving the various state agencies powers to collect money in these ways to finance this budget.
Okay.
Our problem as Kenyans is not finance bill. I wish I can repeat that again. Our problem as Kenyans is not finance bill. I think where we need to go back to as Kenyans is here and ask ourselves, why do we have a 4.8 trillion budget? One of the items in this place is an 8 million shillings budget for the deputy president per day to use choppers.
Just what? 8 million.
Yes.
It's in the what? In the budget.
It was actually being discussed in parliament.
It is in the budget.
I'll get you the Hansard for that day when parliamentarians were asking, why are we spending 8 million shillings to fly the deputy president every single day? Discussions are online for everybody to see it in parliament because it was submitted to parliament and they were supposed to approve. And they said, wait a minute. Why are we spending 8 million shillings to fly the deputy president every day? In this very budget, there's an allocation of 17 billion for State House per annum. Okay? The White House, where Trump is working from, where Obama was working from, is getting the equivalent of 10 billion Kenya shillings. The German State House is getting an equivalent of 7 billion Kenya shillings. The French State House is getting an equivalent of 11 billion Kenya shillings.
Pale kwa Macron.
Hii State House yenyu hii ya nchi fukara ambayo inapatia watoto capitation ya 95 bob per child per term. Why do you get 17 billion to give to State House? So when you get out here, a standard PS, not even a minister, a standard PS is using a 2025 Prado, ile Prado 250. I think you've seen them. That car enda Toyota Kenya is 27 million. Now, why are we working so hard to have a finance bill to finance buying a 27 million car for a PS? I refuse to discuss the contents of the finance bill. I want to take Kenyans back to the budget.
Okay.
That there is a lot of budgeted wastefulness for which we have to break our backs to raise a finance bill to finance their luxury. So if we were to think as Kenyans and say, let's not even have a conversation about this. Let's ask, why the heaven do we need 4.8 trillion shillings? Now, once we have that conversation as a country, we will come back to this budget and say, ministers are supposed to swim, we don't need a swimming pool. You know, newspapers, I don't know, we don't need. We just knock off budget kwanza ifike kama 3.5 trillion. Once we knock off all the wastefulness, then we come back here and ask ourselves, why were we, by the way, thinking of taxing this and this and this to finance luxury, to finance wastefulness, to finance a presidential jet at 500 million shillings in a week, to go to a country that Kenya does not trade with and get useless medals that we do not need? Yes, you're getting surprised. Your sister station KTN did an expose. They named the jet, they named the rate per hour, they did the proper calculations, the period the president had it, it came to 500 million a week. And what Kenyans don't know is what you would do with 500 million shillings. Nairobi, I keep telling people, has got 12,000 matatus. Kichukua matatu za Isili, Kayole, Umoja, Dandora, kwetu Dagoretti South, Langata, zote za Nairobi ni 12,000. During the crisis when Kenyans were walking, for those days when they had a strike, if the president had been a person who cares about us, he would have taken hizo matatu ni 12,000 za Nairobi. I'm just giving an example. Okay. Useme zote ziekwe 10,000 shillings per day. On day one, you'd spend 120 million fueling 12,000 matatus. Kesho uzieke another 10,000 per matatu. For 4 days, you would put 10,000 worth of diesel in 12,000 matatus that fly Nairobi, including hata ile du mama ni mood ya mtoto wake. At the end of 4 days, you'd have spent 480 million. Nunabaki na change ya 20 million.
Okay.
That is what one individual, spent in a week. And then he landed in Mombasa. And when he got to Mombasa, he told the people of Mombasa, mimi niliyechukua ndege ya milioni 500, I am not the problem. Shida yenyu ni Wakikuyu. That's the kind of head of state you're dealing with.
Pause. What did he actually say?
When he got to Mombasa, he got his cronies not to have a conversation about where he's come from and how much he has spent. The minute he landed, he had Hassan Sarai and all the other people with his blessings to come and say, Wakikuyu wanafaa kuzikwa katika shimo la sahau kwa siasa za Kenya. That was the first conversation he was having with Kenyans.
Is that what Sarai said?
Yes, he said wanafaa kuzikwa katika shimo la sahau, and he said we are not supposed to come anywhere near politics.
Who was he talking about?
He was talking about sisi Wakikuyu.
He was talking about Uhuru Kenyatta.
You see, let me tell you.
I've listened to that conversation over and over and over and over. What you are telling us is your interpretation of what he said. I'm asking the question again, what did he actually say?
The good thing is, the jury is out there. He spoke of Uhuru Kenyatta and his people.
He went even before Uhuru Kenyatta.
And
he talked of Kenyatta 1 and then came to Uhuru.
And all I'm trying to tell Kenyans is this. The conversation we should have been having on that day is how a country like ours allowed somebody to spend 500 million in 1 week. That's the conversation we should have been having in Mombasa.
I'm not in disagreement with you on that particular topic, because it is not the first time we've had a debate on how much money is spent on presidential trips and the sort of means he uses. This is cheap compared to a previous time when he went to that same Middle East and there was a plane they hired that cost heaven and earth. It was more scandalous than even this one. And the question was asked, why? We are not in disagreement. We are even not in disagreement about what we should discuss, because amidst everything that we are saying, that opulence, that vulgar display of spending flies against the face of our economic reality right now.
Yes.
The very things that we should be talking about, how do we get our people out of poverty, that doesn't seem to be a discussion. And in that, you and I are in agreement. But it's not just where the president is concerned. Those who say anybody who aspires to be a politician and aspires for a higher position of being a political leader, where do I hear the discussion about the Mwananchi and his problems?
That's what I was coming to. When
Proceed.
I told you about these two things.
Proceed.
So I said, if we can work on the budget first, then we don't have to worry about the finance bill. Now, where are we going wrong as a country? I've simply just come back from the UK. The UK receives in excess of 60 to 70 million tourists a year. France receives close to 120 million tourists a year. Kenya receives 2.5 million tourists a year. When you go to France, many people are going to see the Eiffel Tower. In London, they are going to see the London Bridge. A bridge. Okay? A bridge. We have one of the 7 wonders of the world, the wild beast migration, where some guy who completely has no common sense decided to put up a hotel in the middle of the wild beast migration path. Are you aware that if Kenya just worked on her tourism, we would simply make a trillion shillings from tourism without sweat? Right now we are making 144 billion. All we need to do is find a way to make Kenya an attractive tourism destination. I was in London. I was surprised to see how many people go to see the bridge and a big clock in London called the Big Ben. Big Ben. The Big Ben. When you think about what we are worth as a nation in terms of tourism, you become sick. Because then I was getting to learn of this Asian country where they put people in a small boat. Then you go up the river and they switch off the lights. And then when you start seeing, unajua tule tu insects huwa tunawaka hivi, the glowworms, yes. The glowworms. And they are making much more money from making people watch glowworms than we are making from our tourism
and
here.
The fireflies.
So all I'm trying, and fireflies. All I'm trying to say is, if this country had put common sense first and people who know what they are doing and allowed them to flourish in the Ministry of Tourism, minimum Kenya should have is 10 to 15 million tourists coming here per year. When you have 15 million tourists coming here per year, the minimum Kenya would collect just from people coming is 1.5 trillion. That is enough money to run most of the things that we are trying to raise money with through the finance bill. The problem I have had, and I will continue to have, is that we have not allowed ourselves to put in leadership people who come and think of making money for the nation. How does Kenya begin to earn money? And it is possible, not all the time, to look. how much, for example, we were making from tea. Then a leader decides to host rebels at KICC. Rebels, complete total world rejects. He hosts them at KICC. And he gives them, and then out of that, Kenya loses business worth 5 billion worth of tea that used to go to the Sudan. So what this country would have done, instead of coming up with another punitive finance bill,
yes,
you realize I'm refusing to discuss the details of the finance
bill.
You
made it very clear.
Because these people, the content here is idiotic. It's all about getting more money from you.
Yes.
But when you think outside of it, we earned, say, 5 shillings from tea this year.
Yeah.
What our leaders should have been discussing is how can Kenya earn 17 or 20 or 25 shillings from tea, so that our total income from outside is higher. The next thing that should have featured in this finance bill, and it's not there, for every 10 shillings a Kenyan earns, they spend 6 shillings out of this country. Because I earn 10 bob. My shirt is not from even underwear. At a toothpick. Mwiko yenye inauzwa supermarket is made in China. Mwiko. And me when I was in standard 7, I made a mwiko from a mokongogo tree. Ndio nilikuwa project. Wengine walimekwa ndende. Mwiko and a supermarket. They are coming from China.
And here I thought they are being made from...
So that's why I'm telling you. This finance bill, to me, even those people who are discussing it are dimwits. It's not worthy of discussion. The discussion should have been
China
around...
wanatengeneza mwiko na hata hawapikangi ugali.
Yes. That's why I'm saying we are spending a lot of what we earn outside of our country.
Okay.
First is we need to lock our money in. This finance bill should have been, how do we make a duty of 1,000% on toothpicks? How do we make a duty of 1,000% on all those small things that Kenya can make? Uambie wa Kenya, for example, kama mchele ya mwea yezi tosha kufendi. Actually, by the way, it's rotting. And we're importing 500,000 metric tons of rice. So this finance bill should have been more of making imports very expensive. Very, very expensive. Mpaka viatu, anything that Kenya can make. And we can make them because since independence, we were making shoes anyway. We export our hides, they come back as shoes. So from now on, we make it very, very, very expensive to export our hide. The duty on exported hide iende kama 2,000%. And then the duty on imported shoes iongezwe to 5,000%. So that if you are buying this shoe from China at 2,000, ikue 10,000.
Yes.
What will happen is we shall revive back because those industries were there. So the thing is, this finance bill is useless. This is a conversation that should not be in parliament. The conversation that should be in parliament is how do we start earning more as a country?
I am in agreement in this sense because we had a conversation here with Willis Otieno, the deputy party leader for Safina, last Monday, wakati wa usiku, and he was saying that if we go that direction you're talking about, we will actually have we'll have a cheaper budget as opposed to what we currently have, and also the finance bill will definitely be thinner than it currently is, and we will not be talking about taxing mobile phones and taxing water. So why are we not doing that? Because it's like every year we find new things to tax, and we talk about the ones that we had already taxed the previous year.
Because look at parliament. 10% brilliant brains, 90% demagogues. What do you get from demagogues? Demagogues kind of ideas. So I must say that is a 10% of parliament that is good.
Yeah.
We must give it up that there are some brilliant leaders within parliament. Even Senate. So when I say parliament, I mean the joint house.
Okay.
But then 90% of Kenyans mulichagua demagogues mukapeleka huko. And that's why I'm telling Kenyans 2027. Mimi nitawaambia, me I speak to voters directly. 2027 Kenyans muache upuzi. Don't send demagogues to parliament. Look for the best there is in your constituency.
Fanya mambo.
Send them there. And then, because even at the ministry level, what has happened is that we would have, and I'm telling you, Kenya has brilliant economists. Kenya has got some of the best brains. But when you see a civil servant coming to you to seek for advice as a PS or a minister, just know they gave up on this thing, Kirambo. Because our career civil servants are so brilliant. If you allow them to flourish and work, they will give you a finance bill you'll be very excited about.
Fanya mambo.
Yeah.
The position that you're in is a good one. because every government, every executive needs to be held to account.
Yes.
I've asked this question and I'm asking it of you. How do we hold our leaders to account? Because the people we elect, by and large, many of them, by the time they're being elected, they have a proven track record. And the question we often ask is, what happens to these people? Because they seem fine until they get into parliament. Is it that power gets into your head? What happens? Because they metamorphosize into something that we have difficulties recognizing. How will we know that you won't change when you get into parliament? Because people before you, we've heard firebrands like yourself saying things that resonate and we feel, yes, this fellow has gotten. Then they get into parliament and you wonder what on earth happened to this person.
I'll tell you this. Please don't judge Fanyamambo on the mistakes of your ex. You know, you're getting into a new relationship with Fanyamambo. You can't come and start saying, my ex hurt me, so you're also going to hurt me. That way you will never remarry. I think what we need to do is to trust again, but now to trust wisely. And my track record speaks for me. For the last 5 years, I've been very consistent in my messaging. When I keep telling people, when I was in Azimio, when Azimio was joining government, when Baba was shaking hands with Raila, many of us had an opportunity to join this government in whatever capacity, hata kama nitafanywa mkubwa wa chumvi ama water dams
ama your toothpick,
ama hizo toothpick Kenya, I would be holding a position. But I remember telling the people within Azimio, I am not boarding, because William Ruto is not fit to be president of the Republic of Kenya. And whichever way, from whichever angle you look at it, for me, he's the constant. I am not working with him. And wakasema uko na maringo, wakaniambia mimi ni mjinga, and so on and so forth. And a very huge percentage of people I know are now, some are even PSs, joined courtesy of Baba shaking hands with Ruto.
Okay.
I refuse to. And even now, don't think that these people don't know my address, and don't think that I haven't received offers that are worthy of consideration. But the fact that I have stood firm and had a direction and said no, and I've said it's better for me to continue driving my old car, living the same life, and not being rich at the expense of our people, tells you that hata nikichaguliwa, this has never been about money. It has never been about money. It has to be about the people. When I visited Germany last year, people were telling me, you speak the language, just stay here and blend in. Wachana na huko nchi ya masubaru. We'll give you jobs, I told them, my job is cut out for me. It's a very bad one. Ni ya kwenda huko tunafukuzwa, tunapigwa na tear gas, gari zetu zinapigwa mawe. When I was leaving for the UK, niliacha gari yangu ikiwa imepigwa windscreen zote because of what had happened in Kikuyu. No windscreens, no nini. I left. And then when I went there and Kenyans were telling me, so you kae tu. And they were even showing me what opportunity. And they're very tempting. But I told them I have a car to go and repair. Ilipigwa mawe na vijana wa Ruto na nini. I'm going back. Because it's a calling. So if we have refused the temptation for an easier life here in the country and abroad, what would stop some of us? I mean, I could get a long-term Schengen visa tomorrow morning if I wanted. But I'm not interested. And that would open me to 30 countries in Europe. I don't think the US would deny me their visa if I looked for it. I haven't. So the thing is, why are we here if we didn't mean well for this country? I mean, it's easier. By all means, it's easier. Sahi nikiingia Germany, I speak their language. I would live there very comfortably. Opportunities are many. They are bound. If you go to UK, there'll be whatever job I decide to do, opportunities are there. But we've chosen to be here with our people. So it tells you that we are committed to the liberation of this country. Yeah.
The point I was making, and I thank you for what you've said, is there have been many before you who are equally committed. In the days when I was more idealistic, I thought exactly like you. And until the 2002 election, when people who had fought for multi-party democracy, people who had wanted change, got into government, that fire died. It didn't die overnight. The very people who had led the charge for change were now in government in one way or the other. we moved forward somewhat, but we moved backwards also. See, this is my concern. How do we, if we are, I'm speaking the third person, if you are a leader of people, how do you lead people to understand how to hold you to account, you their leader?
I think for me it's easy. I've been making 2 simple promises to the people of Dagoretti. 1, I'll be available. And 2, once I'm available, I'll do what you tell me. Because when I come to them, they'll tell me what they want. I think that's the starting point.
It's a good starting
because
point.
The problem with many of our leaders is many people have never seen their MP after they elected them.
Those aren't leaders. Those are politicians who are elected. When you're a leader, you lead.
Yes.
Yes.
So for me, I think the only promise I have made and I want to make and I want to continue making to our people is 1, I'll be available. And 2, we shall do what you say we do after I have been available to you. I think that's the hallmark of leadership, because when you're available, you will get to hear the pinch of the people. Our people are completely and totally aloof. They are distanced from the needs of the people. For example, mimi ningependa nikienda bunge na najua itakuwa shida kubwa sana. But one of the first bills and one of the first laws and one of the first things that I wanted passed was very simple. Very simplistic. That all our members of parliament must use the same medical cover that we are all using. Because why are we using SHA and they are not using SHA? Why do they have a medical cover of up to 10 million shillings paid by us and we don't? It will be very unpopular, but it's the first thing I want to pass on the floor of the house. Because the day we pass that, SHA will automatically start working. You don't need anything else. I just need to go to bunge and say that from today on, Wakenya iwekwe kwa Hansard nani amevote against hii bill ya kusema MP watumie SHA na hiyo ingine ya juu yabolishiwe. That's the first thing I want to do. Then number 2, that this medical cover is only valid for public hospitals. Hii ya wabunge. Kenyatta italala ikiwekwa choo mpya na mattresses watachange na wataweka bed sheets mpya. Why? Because they know that every VIP including the president, yeah, atakuja hapo. We say that there's this medical cover for MPs. It has been changed. Everybody must use the same medical cover. But number 2, for it to happen, it must be in a public hospital or a mission hospital. So as a member of parliament, you're either going to St. Mary's or Mata, or you're going to Kenyatta or Thika or this KU referral hospital. If I can be able to achieve that, I think the next thing then I need to do is to go back to the same parliament. Na itakuwa vita. Tuseme tutoe mileage allowance. You know the reason they don't care about fuel is one. There's only one reason they don't care about fuel.
Which is?
They have mileage allowance. They are thoroughly cushioned from the effects of
the fuel prices.
Yes. That's why ukiwaambia kama sasa kwa hiyo fuel price ukiangalia kuna ka stupid thing kanaitwa anti-adulteration levy 18 bob. Yani you are being charged for the government's responsibility to go and check who is adulterating fuel na wanakuletea substandard fuel iko na excess sulfur. That's already is adulteration.
So itolewe hiyo.
You just remove that 18 shillings to start with. And then there's another one. So basically what I'm trying
How
to say.
does it cushion you from adulterated fuel? So I'm wondering.
That's why it needs to go.
Yes.
How? As much as we speak of global prices, I can tell you 50% of the taxes on fuel can be dealt with. Yeah. Kuna ingine road maintenance levy. It's about 18 shillings again. When was the last time we saw them maintain our roads from that fuel levy? So again, if you remove that, you have 36 shillings off.
Fanya mambo. Kuna kuwaga na vibao tunaona. This road, unapotembea unaambia this road has been maintained, but there's something I want to ask you. What you're doing is admirable. How will you safeguard yourself from party politics? Because party politics can be treacherous. If you are a shining light in a political party, you make enemies within the party you belong to, not outside. Wajana ingine. How do you protect yourself? How do you shield yourself from the treachery which comes with popularity and with the direction that is found in political parties?
Very simple. The Sifuna way. What Sifuna is suffering is from just being a person who's fought for Mwananchi in a party that wanted to go in another direction. I think for me, I'll be consistent in my messaging. And mine is to connect with mwananchi. Yesterday nilikuwa na functions 3 kwa ground. Is to keep connecting with mwananchi. That's the secret. So that whatever party I'm in, whatever they do, wakikuja Dagoretti South wanaambua msiguze fanya mambo. He's our guy and he can go to another party and we'll still vote for him. The beginning and the ending of any political engagement is mwananchi. I am in touch with them. Hii wiki nikikwambia the total number of engagements nimefanya. Watu wa Rirota they are watching, they can tell you tulikuwa na matanga usiku Wednesday huko. Yeah, watu wa hapa Motego tulikuwa na wazee wao yesterday had a meeting. Watu wa pale wa Idhaka mnajua jana nilikuwa matanga. Watu wa, so I can keep mentioning on this station how many times I'm in Dagoretti South and where I am and with which people and what I do with them, and my photos I share them on my page. I think for me the ultimate is not the political party.
Yeah.
The ultimate is the people. As long as you are thoroughly and completely in touch with them, you can't be afraid. And I keep challenging my competitors. Who of you is on the ground more? Mimi hata zile mosquitoes zinanikula ni za huko. Nimetoka huko na ndalala huko. Na gari yangu inatengenezwa huko na leo naenda kunyolewa huko. So I hear people talking of twendeni ground like it's this interesting adventure. Ati tunaenda munaenda ground. Mimi naishi ground. Everything of mine iko huko, mpaka my kinyozi. Everything, mpaka my garage. Yeah? Everything, hata my wife. Sometimes nampelekanga soko hapo Dagoretti Market. But of course I'm not able to go and shop nyanya with her. But that's where we buy my meat. Nikienda Ndonyo na nyanga huko mwenyewe na valisho ile kabuti ya white, I buy my meat from Dagoretti kichinjio yenyewe. And we go there with, and I buy. And so when I hear people saying tunaenda ground, I look at them, I'm like, are you okay? Because I live there, it's my way of life. So party politics doesn't scare me. I'm in DCP at the moment. But even DCP needs to remember one thing. I am thoroughly connected with my people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you had this podcast with Fredo Gweno.
Yes.
Mulikuwa mnaongea juu ya Gachagua in the United Kingdom, Ruto under pressure.
Yeah.
Is Ruto under pressure?
Well, at least he admitted that kama ni mapenzi ya Mungu aende tutam, ataenda tutam. Kama si mapenzi ya Mungu atakubali. It's gotten there. Ruto is under pressure and I can tell you I went to the United Kingdom. Wacha sana nikupea emotion. Unajua mimi naongeanga tu vitu mingine, sometimes I forget to tell you the small things that happen. There's a legislator from Mount Kenya region who came to a festival called Wendo. And
in the UK?
In the UK.
Okay.
And unfortunately she happened to have taken the same hotel room. Kama unanisikia unajua wewe Mhesh ulikuja Macua Hotel. And we were, you know me, I like saying things I can prove, things I can, hata yakiwa hapo na kuza kicheza ndamtolea video but staki.
Okay.
And when she was going to the lift, she encountered Kenyans. There is no word you can imagine hakuitwa. Nyinyi ndio mnakula na William Ruto, unapewa pesa ya SHA, aliitwa all the terrible words by Kenyans. And they told her to her face, wewe we are watching you. Hiyo pesa mnalipwa huku kutukana watu wetu mnapewa na William. She was told things. Actually she went to her room and locked herself up, and I was worried thoroughly for her security. Hata kama mimi ni mtu wa one term, I felt like hata kama ni mtu wa two term afai kupelekwa vibaya hivyo. At 5 she had left the hotel, 5 in the AM when everybody else was asleep. And I know she came back to this country knowing that even the diaspora community cannot stomach. And by the way, the diaspora community watches news more than you do. They are very keen on what happens in this country. They follow podcasts. Do you know I didn't have to introduce myself to anybody in the UK? Watu wali, kama selfies nafanyanga mtu aishe, mimi ningekuwa nimeisha. They took so many. So don't joke with that diaspora community. They send money in the billions to this country. And they are concerned about what happens. And they told me to come and tell Kenyans one thing. IBC, tag yourself in this conversation. Feel tagged. Evecon and your people. The UK, with all its population, has got one polling station at London. Last elections, about 6,000 people voted there. It's unfair. Unfair in the sense that Fanyamambo, my polling station, has got to have a maximum of 700 people by law. So each classroom should have 700. 6,000 of them voted in London. And it's you come, like Manchester Ikombali, you know, Scotland is very far, Ireland is very far. They have to fly in or take a train, come spend a night or two, queue in the cold, because sometimes it's very cold, for a whole day to just come and vote, for their vote to count. And those people are sending billions here. the UK should have a minimum of 10 polling stations. Now it gets even worse. The United States of America, with all its 51 states, has got 1 polling station at Washington, D.C., with all its 51 states. So our diaspora community has got real challenges that they need addressed.
Okay.
Can you imagine flying from Minnesota or wherever to come and vote at Washington?
You have got to go across time zones.
Yes.
If I may opine, if you belong to the group that are our highest foreign exchange earners, there is nothing that we do in this country that earns us foreign exchange like the diaspora. They must have a voice.
Exactly.
Then they must be able to make demands, and we must listen.
So they are making, because we realize that out of a potential 4 million people across the world who left Kenya and can vote, 25,000 voted.
Oh, yay.
Out of a potential 4, Evecon, unasikia, uko wapi? Also, out of a potential 4 million people, 25,000 people voted. And it's even more painful when I was in Germany last year, because some people, let me tell you, politicians have left this country, and that's why I'm telling Kenyans there's a difference between Fanya Mambo and these other, star tukana leo. Look, I went to Germany and I was told so many politicians come here.
Right.
Nobody carries our agenda. When I was speaking to the Kenyans in Germany, they told me, if you go and you want to become a German citizen, because some of them had to do that, the economic refugees. Shida ni mingi huku unaenda tu uko unajipeana. So you become a German citizen. It costs them 250 euro to become a German citizen.
250
euro. You've become a German citizen. Now, the Constitution of Kenya in Article 16 provides for dual citizenship. You have a chance, you have a right to become a dual citizen. When they want to convert back now and get their Kenyan citizenship back so that they have both passports, it's 1,000 euro. It costs you 4 times more to get the documents of the country whose citizenship you obtained with the milk you suckled from your mother's breasts. So now you are paying 4 times more. Mtoto akizaliwa hapa Kenya, birth certificate ni 2,500. Those people are paying up to 25,000 to just have their name written, a Kenyan born in Germany, a Kenyan born in the UK. So the diaspora has got real challenges that nobody ever talks about. And I said, look here, I'll take your voice. I am not your ambassador. There are so many of them eating a lot of bread there and doing nothing. But here we are. Because how can you have an ambassador living in a country for 4 years and they've never come and they've never been seen anywhere to say that people are suffering, queuing 6,000 of them to vote where there are only 2 clerks. 51 states, 1 polling station in the US. So let us address, and by the way, each country that doesn't have a Kenyan consular, each country that doesn't have a Kenyan high commission does not vote. So a country where they have so many Kenyans, where if you don't have an embassy there, they have to move to the next nearest country where there's an embassy for them to vote. Finally, when they want to come home, they pay. They pay visa fees, either 50 euro or 40 pounds. 50 euro multiplied by 150. Si yeye ni citizen, si yako na citizenship ya huko, amenyimwa dual citizenship. So when they want to come home, they ask for permission. They literally pay for visa fees to come home. Na ni mtu wa kwenyu, najua ni Nigeria alizaliwa hapa. Kama Otieno alizaliwa place fulani. Akaenda majuu, akakaa 10 years, akachukua citizenship ya huko. Now when they want to come home, they need permission. Anakuja JKIA, anapangishwa line ya foreigners. Na analipa. Na anaongea Kiswahili yake yote. Kabisa. Sio unamjua Muliguro naye mlikuwa naye high school. One of the guys who hosted me in the UK was my classmate in high school at Aquinas.
And he pays to come back.
He pays to come back home. And he tells me, Fanya Mambo, it pains me that I can't enjoy my dual citizenship, though it's provided for in the Constitution. All ambassadors, all of them, all of you feel tagged. And shame on some of you because you're not helping your people.
All right, so for the moment we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much.
Why?
It's always a pleasure hosting you, because at least you say it as you see it. Sindio? But we'll invite you ukuje utuambie mengine mengi ambayo labda umesema ulikuwa UK na Germany. Ukuje utupatie story yote, wale ma MP walitukanwa huko, wale walipendwa. Ni
majina tu sitaja, lakini ukitaja tu Macua Hotel, kuna mtu sasa anasikia goosebumps because anajua kwa lift karibu wachapwe.
Sawa.
Hizo tutam zake.
Coming up next, we are hosting Dr. Bamji Devji Atela. We're going to be talking about this quarantine situation that has we are speaking of for the last couple of days, and we want to understand what exactly is going on as far as that American-Kenyan collaboration is all about.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenyans gathered at Wajir Stadium for the 63rd Madaraka Day celebrations, marking a historic moment as the county hosts the national event for the first time. The newly upgraded stadium was filled with residents, dignitaries and visitors who turned up early to witness the celebrations. Security was heightened as preparations culminated in a colorful display of national unity and cultural performances. Meanwhile, President William Ruto and First Lady Rachel Ruto have arrived at the stadium. Here are the scenes from the event. Free Kenya Movement chairperson Bob Njagi has declared his intention to run for president as an independent candidate in the next general election. He said he's leading a coalition of independent candidates aimed at challenging Kenya's party-dominated political system. Njagi argued that political parties have become vehicles for corruption, rigging and excessive control over nominations and parliamentary decision-making, which he says undermines democratic processes. Kisumu Governor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o has called on Kenyans to promote unity and dialogue, saying the country's progress depends on leaders and citizens working together despite political differences. Speaking at an ODM rally in Kisumu on Sunday, Nyong'o said that Kenya has a shared future and urged leaders to focus on issues affecting wananchi rather than political competition. He emphasized the importance of listening to one another and engaging in constructive discussions to find solutions to the country's challenges.
When we talk of unity, we want to provide a firm foundation for our development. One of the things that Raila believed in very strongly is that the unity of the Luo people and the unity of Kenyans will make a difference to our children and our children's children. Unity does not mean that we disagree, but we disagree to agree. Ama sivyo?
Airstrike resumed between the US and Iran over the weekend as each side claimed to have hit military targets near the Strait of Hormuz. The US Central Command said it conducted self-defense strikes on Iranian radar and command and control sites for drones in Grouk, Iran and Qasem Island this weekend. Meanwhile, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said it has targeted an airbase used by US forces in retaliation but did not say where. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back. It is now 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. It's the last hour, but it promises, as usual, to be the best hour. Siti Muga ako kwenye studio. Well, he's somewhere in the building. He'll be joining us shortly. But in the studio... In the studio, as promised, we have Dr. Atela. Now, Dr. Atela, for those who probably are wondering, who Atela Nani? He is the National Secretary General and the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union, that is KMPDU. Not to be confused with KMPDC. Sorry, KMPDC. They are the regulators, and the C stands for council, but he is from the union. Daktari, a very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. Always a pleasure to have you here with us.
Good morning to you and thank you.
And happy Madaraka Day, by the way.
Madaraka Day too, my brother.
Leo ni ile siku tunasherehekea uhuru wetu kama wa Kenya.
Ndio.
Let's just get right into this quarantine situation. I watched your statement that you made last week, especially when this whole issue came to light as far as Kenyans are concerned. But from what I understand, it's something that started way back. Wakati wa Dr. James Macharia, when he is it Dr. James Macharia? He's just Macharia. So James Macharia, sorry, when he was the CS for Health. Yeah. Perhaps maybe you can give us some background as to why KMPDU are not happy with the situation.
Sometimes when something happens for any particular regime or for any government, there's always a way to bring it back to somebody did this or it was from here. I know there have been agreements with governments and the United States for a long time, even during the USAID program, which was a fact, and that's where things were running. But now we know that the Trump's government changed many things in terms of the global health security, and they removed the US from WHO, and then they stopped the NGOs and the USAID system that was there.
Yes.
And I know that there's an agreement that was there with government, that is the G2G agreement that was signed on 4th of December 2025. And I believe when we are referring to other things, then we block our eyes to see the reality of this thing.
Yeah.
Our reaction comes not about the quarantine that is being established in Laikipia alone. It's just that there's an opaqueness and lack of transparency in what is being done in this agreement, to the point that the communication that we were getting was from the Rubio, the Secretary of State from America, telling his citizens of America, this is our plan with Ebola. We will not allow any Ebola incident cases suspected or sick in our country.
Of America.
So that is a reassuring statement to the Americans in America. And then they say that we have made arrangements that any sick or suspected case will be put to Kenya. So that was one of the things that started rubbing shoulders, because then when they start bringing that and saying, and then start saying that we are going to have that quarantine, you have to go investigate, okay, where is that? Because they didn't say a specific place. So it's for us now to start saying, okay, where are they going to do this? And from our investigation, we realized that it's going to be in Laikipia here, whereby some are saying it's just a field quarantine, whereby they'll be placed there for a few days and monitored before they're transferred to Europe or somewhere else. So that was like, okay, fine. How would the government then will be concentrating in quarantine for the foreign nationals without a plan for the Kenyans? Number one. Number two is an outbreak or a pandemic like Ebola is best managed from an epicenter, from the source, to the point that when you transport sick patients or suspected patients to a distance of 2,000 kilometers, it means that you are creating...
That is the distance between DRC and Kenya.
Yes, the DRC, the Kivu area where this thing is, to Laikipia. It means that you are creating another epicenter in that place. Because it's a contagious disease. You won't tell us that whoever that will, when the disease is there and it's announced and it's brought, that it will just zero there. We know very well that based on the nature of the disease, the spread is possible. You get the point. And so if there are no plans, because these people are within the community, the military is directly with the community in Laikipia.
For sure.
These people, we have seen the 0.5s there that are the situation. You get? So the reality is that you are like, okay, Ebola was first reported in 1976 to now 2026. We've never had an incident in our country.
Yes.
You get? And therefore, what preparations has government put in place for the outbreak if it happens? right now because of that situation in Laikipia? What is the plan for the Kenyans? And why would a facility be constructed in a country which is only meant for foreigners? That's why we came out very strongly and with demands to the government that we need to see this agreement you have with America. Is it just an American-based benefit agreement, or is it for Kenyans? Why is it with a lot of secrecy?
Yeah. And when you made that demand stroke request, have you been furnished with these details?
It is after we made that demand, and after now the public also have concerns over the same situation, saying, and particularly I think as I said, the talk from the US were a bit also insightful. It was like we are not in any way sovereign to our health. It's a lot and the way we put it, so it's more of like Kenya is an isolation unit for any person that is suspected.
We are like Guantanamo Bay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So where mahali unataka kufinya watu bila sheria za Amerika.
Yes. So immediately we've seen now the government is starting to communicate. I saw the minister saying we have other quarantine units that are being put in place for the Kenyans, or isolation units. We saw the Prime Cabinet talking about that we have 17 of them, and this is not only for, they're now trying to say also this is not for only Americans. We have seen the American government actually acknowledging that there is a constitutional process in Kenya, that there is a court has barred this process, and they have to talk with the authorities to establish how to go about this. To me, which I think now brings about the societal approach to the matter. That is, it needs to be the interest of Kenyans in the conversation.
I want us to go back to the disease that is Ebola. And you rightly said in the beginning of your statement that a quarantine facility should be set up at the ground zero of that particular disease. DRC has got more land than Kenya. And if they wanted to set up a center, wouldn't it be easier for them to just set it up there, such that you can just move from, like you said, was it Kivu? You can move from Kivu to Kinshasa, for example. I'm not sure whether I'm saying the right locations, but you get what I mean. Yeah. Why is that so difficult to do? And what is the logic behind it? Maybe you can explain to us from a medical perspective, if that should be the case.
Those are first questions. That what was driving the agenda of putting the quarantine unit for the sick Americans, not within the DRC, but putting it to Kenya.
Right.
And what is the effect of the Kenyans then who are there under this particular similar circumstances? Because ideally, and this is what is proven, when there is an outbreak like Ebola, the way we had in West Africa, the single most important thing that the world did at that time was to mobilize volunteers across the globe, across Africa. African Union mobilized to go and manage the cases within West Africa. Kenya, we had 170 health workers who went to Liberia, and that's same thing that is necessary for DRC, because we've seen that whenever there's Ebola, when there are fewer healthcare workers, the healthcare workers also get infected because of the exposure time and even because of the whole process. So we need more health workforce to help contain the disease. We need more resources to contain it. But when there's fear that we can't contain it at that point in DRC, particularly because we've seen that some of the quarantine centers in DRC were being attacked by the community, and the people who are quarantined, they are running into the community. That results into
a spread of the disease. Why were they attacking it, by the way?
But let's pause.
They even set it on fire.
Let's pause. We have a doctor here. Can we define quarantine and isolation? Because there is a difference. So that when we say quarantine, we know exactly what we're talking about. When talking isolation, we know exactly what we're talking about. They are not the same thing.
An isolation unit is more of a person. For example, when you are traveling from, let's say, DRC, and it's a place that now let's say you have to put that there's a spread, so you're put into isolation, you need to be monitored and to be seen to what extent, is there any symptoms of it or anything, and are there any changes in your situation?
Right.
That is isolation. Then quarantine point is now when there's also an aspect of treatment of you will be able to be managed at that point. And that's why I saw even in American putting up in place that whatever is being set up in the fields of Kenya does not give, it was more of a field situation. It does not give you the treatment.
Let me give you an example. When HIV first reared its head in our shores, most major hospitals at that time, they were the provincial hospitals, set up a ward.
Yes.
Specifically
for HIV.
Yes. Like let's say there are a total of 10 wards.
Yes.
When you heard ward 11,
Ward 11,
you knew it for HIV. You did not even need to ask any question. Okay? That's isolation.
Ward.
You are in the hospital. You're in the same compound. But you are completely separated from everybody else. Now, quarantine, the word when you look at it, for instance, there are diseases that people know are passed from animals to human beings. Okay? You may not be unwell at that particular point in time, but you've been exposed. You'll be quarantined to determine whether that infection has reached you, whether you are actually in a position to transmit the illness. That is why you are set aside, so that you can actually be examined, because the exposure is there. Now, the thing about Ebola that you must also understand is that the mode, it is not an airborne. It's not airborne. I can't breathe Ebola into your face, and I can't breathe it into your system.
But you can spit it into me.
Yes, I can.
That already is just...
Even my sweat can bring about that problem. All right? So, once you understand what you are dealing with, then the idea of a center that deals with it, you see, where Daktari is absolutely right. It was the government's duty to come up and give us information as to what exactly, the details. This thing that we're talking about, this is what it is going to do. Most areas of quarantine also perform research. You determine, and they also just don't deal with one disease. It's not just Ebola. It has to be other viruses that have the same effect and others. That's when it is useful. Okay? Now, there is something about a center of that nature. You have to have a support system. Support system meaning this. You have to have complementing institutions that can assist with that work.
Yes.
As we have KEMRI. Then with KEMRI, we have the partners we work with, whether it's Wellcome Trust, whether it's CDC, and so forth. Okay? The government has not told us any of these things. This is me just talking. Okay?
Yes.
If we knew, and the questions that Dr. Atela has raised, they're extremely pertinent, because you cannot surprise the citizens of this country about something that major. Then you have a loose-talking Secretary of State who doesn't watch his words, saying crazy things, and you're wondering, wait a moment. You are telling us that you want to do this in our country, and we don't even know about it. Kenyans are very right to have an uproar over it. But Doctor, tell me something. This always bothers me. What is it about the government and informing citizens?
You're asking the wrong person.
No. I'm asking him because he's actually the right person to ask.
Okay.
Because he deals with these issues every day.
That's what caused actual problem. And I was saying it the other day that the government are taking the citizen almost in a ride. You see, the Americans have an agreement with the Kenyan government, and it's the duty of the Americans to then inform the governments of the things that they have agreed to do and their plans on management of this Ebola and how they're going to do for the Americans who are in Congo. But the government also, Kenya government, also part of that deal agreement, but they're expecting everything to be slow, silently and privately, that even in case of that quarantine unit that is being set up in the place, that all these people who will be suspected will be flown there directly. So that lack of information is why there is already now all this, like even the order that was being got, that the Katiba Institute got, was so that they can come out openly to tell us what is in that agreement, what is their plan. So most of the time, I believe that when you are transparent, it calls for accountability. And most of these people are always not ready to account. If, for example, the monies that are being put in that particular program they don't want to account. They don't want to be subjected to accountability.
Because the question will be asked, okay, they are on our soil. Yes. How much are we getting?
Yeah.
And what else are we getting? Because there has to be some advantage to us. If you're setting up, what other services are going to be provided there? See, the Americans are looking after their interest. The question is, how is the government looking after our interest?
Yes. Mimi niko na swali daktari. Did we go to them or did they come to us? So who approached who?
But you see now, the CS said something, but you must be keen to it, that the government of Kenya has been supported 25 to 35% by the American the budget of Kenyan healthcare, where 25 to 35%. You saw those Americans when they were saying that it's the government of Kenya who came to them, and therefore they agreed on the proposal that were putting in place. And ideally, the biggest concerns that we are saying ideally is the way this thing was communicated and the way it came out. If the government of Kenya was a government that was responsive from the start, whatever this government are saying right now, they've left right from start, that this is our plan on Ebola. We are planning to have this number of workforce to actually support the healthcare of the country. We are planning to have this number of ICU units across the country. We are planning to have these drugs, this equipment across. It will be a different conversation, because then that will have meant that the preparation is for every Kenyan and not only an isolation for a particular country. I know now they have changed the conversation and saying that the quarantine that is being set up is for both the Kenyans who are in Congo and even the Americans and even the military. That's what they're saying now. But in all that regard, it is very key aspect that containment, more force be put in DRC, so that even if the cases that comes across the border, we have a capacity to manage, which still we do not have. We don't have the capacity to manage Ebola. If it just came in kawaida. If you have an outbreak of an Ebola, you see one thing. Okay, I wanted to bring something again about the isolation. You see, when you have somebody who is confirmed sick, maybe you don't have symptoms, they are in isolation.
Yes.
When you have somebody that you are not sick, not confirmed,
but you've been exposed.
Then the quarantine aspect of it. So if we have sick patients now of Ebola in the country, in Kenya right now, or the nature of managing an Ebola patient, it's what we call labor intensive. It requires more health workforce, because there's no treatment per se. There's no drug like this strain, the Budigio strain. There's no vaccine for it, and there are no treatments for it. So it's more of a management. You want to look at you're able to breathe, all the systems, you are hydrated. So it's more of an ICU. So what then that means is, normally we are in ICU setup, you always have a ratio of one patient for one nurse at a particular time. So we'll need like 3 nurses per day. But in the case of Ebola, contagious, like it's called level 4 pathogen, this is highly contagious, which has high potential for death. You need like 2 nurses at every given point, so that each one helps the other in dawning and off. So you need like 5 nurses for one. You need physicians. So it means you need more number of healthcare workers to actually manage this. That's why you see if like in Liberia, when the patients were transferred to the US, the Americans, none of them died because of that. That's the nature of the systems that they have. But now in DRC, we are losing patients. Those who have died suspected because of Ebola is over 200. We have even the healthcare workers, because in DRC it is one nurse to 4 patients, which is not ideal situation.
It's actually inverse of what is required. Yes.
So in Kenya, based on our shortage in healthcare workers, the nurses, the doctors, the clinicians, first of all, health workforce, we are down. So one thing government ought to do, and we have been saying it, that you need to show us preparedness by employing more health workforce. You need to show us preparedness, because you need an intensive care unit. You saw that in 2019. In 2020, you need an ICU when you're having these particular patients. You realize, like all of Nairobi, how many ICUs do we have? Today, you have to wait for our patients to die for you to get a bed. Not only in Nairobi, also in the counties. Normal days, you have to wait. Now, what about if there's an outbreak? Where are we going to get them? Because during the COVID-19, they were prepared there. They were made to exist temporarily. Yes. So we actually need to have that in existence. We need to have drugs in the facilities. We need to have reagents. You know very well that in normal days, you go to the hospital, people are just being told out of stock on the drugs. This Bundibugyo thing, how long does it take from infection to death? Okay, one thing about it that is different from the Zaire type that was there was the fatality rate. This is said to be less, the fatality rate is less compared to the Zaire one, which was 70%. Like in Sierra Leone, out of about 3,500 who were infected, over 2,000 died. In this one, so far, the fatality has been put to be about 25 to 50%.
Okay.
It means that it has a lower fatality rate. But from the time that you get infected to the time that it becomes hemorrhagic, it's about 21 days. But the symptoms that you present with are the symptoms of the normal malaria, typhoid-like. You have the joint pain, you have the nausea, you have the diarrhea,
the fever.
You get that? So that timing is what is long. I think that's why the infection rate of it, because this was just the first case was reported on 15th in May, and now we are in less than 3 weeks, and we have bigger
numbers of dead people.
Numbers of dead people that are suspected, and because the suspected is over 1,000 infected, and suspected dead is over 200, but confirmed is a bit more low. But see, that's because of, and also the nature, the Goma Kivu area of DRC, there is a lot of violence.
It's very
unstable place. So it means the people running left and right in the community. So that's what you keep on saying. We must look at a way to stabilize that place also.
All this because people are eating monkeys there. No, it angers me because I'm like, we're having a Wuhan type of thing because people can't control their diet.
It's an Ebola virus, and you see the virus, and you see there's mutation. That's why the different strains. So ideally, to contain it. People are saying that we may have it across our borders, but okay, we've never had that case before. Since 1976, we never had a case whereby we have a confirmed Ebola in Kenya because of the cross-border. And that's why we were looking at it that the first time then we will report it is in case of these suspected cases are flown into the country.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. ICU becomes a very key component in dealing with an Ebola outbreak, just like it was with COVID. Now, if the majority of ICU beds that we have in the country are in Nairobi, because that is the truth.
Yeah.
The people average that the number of ICU beds we have in the country is around 900, some say 1,000. Nairobi, they say 500 to 600. Now, the places which are most likely to experience a problem are our borders.
Yeah.
How many health facilities do we have near the border, for instance, in Kenya, that have ICUs? I'm not even talking about how to deal with Ebola, just ICUs. See, so the preparedness already, there exists a gap. COVID gave us an opportunity to up our game seriously.
Yeah.
And I still remember how the government, the Ministry of Health, released 5 billion Kenya shillings to all the counties to have them upgrade their facilities. Bro, it was a joke.
Yeah.
There are counties where people were taking beds from boarding schools and bringing to the hospitals so that people could, the inspectors could determine that they're actually beds. And when they left, they would return the beds to the boarding schools. Which means this habit that we have, this pastime that Kenyans have of trying to steal from the dead, it was something that even at a time when the threats were real, and they were real for everybody, people were not taking it seriously. So now, in terms of preparedness, we have a wonderful research unit called Kenya Medical Research Institute. They do wonderful work.
Yeah.
They are partners who help them do a lot of good work. But now, back to the Ministry of Health itself and the hospitals that we have, because we do have health facilities at our borders. We have them. How well equipped are they? What do they actually do? We even have a health facility at the airport. How well equipped are they?
Yeah.
So, Doctor, again, there's a Nini that was doing rounds sometime last week, I think even over the weekend. Someone had given us some kind of breakdown as to why we shouldn't panic, because, this thing is well taken care of. The doctors, they are trained, the nurses are trained. OSG people have been, what is it called? People they've been vaccinated. Now you're telling us, Budibugyo in a vaccine, and so on and so forth. So, basically, long story short, someone was trying to tell Kenyans not to panic because this thing is actually under control. But from an expert perspective, because you're a medical doctor, you've studied disease and so on and so forth, just how what is the risk from on a scale of 1 to 10? Wacha ni make your scale kubwa kidogo, because tumembiwa, number one, the people will be flown directly from DRC into Laikipia Air Base, hapo mahali askari wako, si ndio? And no one will be allowed to leave everyone working within that airbase is the only person who's going to be dealing with these patients, and no one is allowed to get out or come in. If at all what they're saying is true, can it actually be contained within that particular area, within the airbase? Sorry.
You know, I'll first by reaffirming what City has just said, that preparedness is not an event. It's a process. And it's a process that should not always become as a reactionary issue, that you only prepare when it has been affirmed that there's an incident or an incident is forthcoming. We have airports in the country which were well monitored during COVID-19, and they need to be well equipped to actually handle quarantine or other cases when they come and confirm and isolate these particular patients, right? But that is how are they? You realize that when such a case is now being, when there is heightened conversation or heightened reactions, that's when now they're being set up. That's one. Number two is, if you give me a scale of 1 to 10 to look at the preparedness, it all boils down to what is the government doing on that particular aspect. What is the situation of the health workforce? And I keep reinforcing the aspect of health workforce, because you can have the best buildings, almost the levels of 7-star, but when you don't have the qualified mixed scale personnel to offer services there, they're just buildings. So how are we doing with the health workforce? We have a bigger shortage in the country, and a bigger shortage that has to be filled in to see even just general preparedness of us as a country. That's one. Number two, when you have a case in Laikipia, or rather within the quarantine point of Laikipia, one thing that we cannot presume is that the people in Laikipia, the people living there, are actually in isolation, or they don't interact with the community. We have seen situations whereby the people living in those particular air bases are going into social places there in the country. It has been reported even some of them are getting wives in those particular regions. So the reality is that you cannot claim that once people are in that airbase, nobody will be allowed in or out. We have cleaners there. And so the real preparedness is just not having a quarantine there for a particular foreign thing. The reality is that there should be a preparation for everybody in the country. And when there's no preparation, the chances of Ebola messing up is 100%.
Others are of the argument that Ebola has been there now for almost 5 decades, because in the first case
1976.
Yeah, so that's 50 years. Now, if it's been there for 50 years, someone argues that hiyo kitu lazima ingekuwa ilishaingia Kenya at one point. Have we ever had a case of Ebola here in Kenya?
No, we've never had any confirmed reported case of Ebola in the country, in Kenya, ever since the outbreak started. But you see, Ebola is a viral disease, and viruses, most of the time, even now, even these cases have been reported to have gotten well. These patients who are sick in DRC, I think they've reported about 5 cases.
Okay,
it is eliminating. It is your body managing itself.
It's your immune system.
It's your immune system that actually makes it possible for you to. So the real management is supportive management. You get, but then once you have that disease and you're not able to support the patient, you're not supposed to give hydrations, to have you able to breathe, and then you lose the patient.
Okay.
So that's why the preparation is key, and that is has to be provided by the government, and we must have the facilities that have that ability. Yes.
Hey.
And so the preparation aspect of it is when we getting awareness on ways to avoid getting infected is very important.
Daktari actually amesema too, the best way to prevent this thing from getting to the population is by not having that quarantine facility.
No. He's saying there needs to be an openness in communicating exactly what we agreed on, and there is the need for the country, even in the absence of Ebola, for there to be a preparedness. When you talk about the assistance that the Americans have given us in the healthcare system, Kenya, as a country, received the bulk of the money that this continent received for support against HIV. Kenya.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
When we were celebrating 20 years, marking 20 years of HIV preparedness and everything around it, we were talking about in excess of 800 billion shillings that had been given towards that particular HIV. not support for anything, just HIV. Now, the preparedness meant this: you're able to screen, you're able to test,
yes,
you're able to provide all the psychosocial support needed, and you're able to train, and you had to train and educate people on ARVs and how they work.
Okay.
And then you had to monitor. It was a constant monitoring of the. Now, that support made that possible. But what it also made possible was helping boost someone's immune system, right? It was a 360. When you talked about HIV, what was also provided for was medication and treatment for any possible opportunistic disease.
Yes.
So it was not just ARVs.
Anything that comes
It came with anything that came with it. So the health care system was supported in ways that never. Then lab services were upped.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that you could actually deal with everything that had to do with this. So you found within government hospitals, like say what was formerly Kisumu District Hospital or Kisumu Sub-County Hospital now, that lab was upgraded to a level that it had never been before. Jaramogi Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, very many things were upgraded, things that had never been there before. I'm talking about things that I know. Okay? What then made this thing possible was, apart from just HIV, any diseases that people came to deal with, there had been a skills transfer because people now had knowledge because they had been trained they didn't have before.
Yeah.
They were able to deal with very many things that previously they hadn't. But what I saw was the magic, okay? Well, not just a skills transfer, but the ability to be able to react to the moment and understand how do we care for people who are far-flung and are not close to maybe the center like a sub-county hospital. All these things were made possible. Now, this was HIV, and HIV was a threat to very many people. Okay? That help has been reduced over time.
Yeah.
So the things we took for granted, like even the blood transfusion services, is now in our hands. And it opened us to the nakedness that the government had in our preparedness to actually take over from the assistance that we had. So when you throw in Ebola, that's an additional burden. If HIV, which we don't hear very much about, it's not much talked about, we've more or less normalized the discussion about it. Doesn't mean it's not there. It is there. And we keep getting reports about younger people below the age
New
of 18,
infections and so on.
etc. But it's not alarming. You know why? It's no longer a death sentence.
We have Blackie saying the support for HIV did not extend to supporting institutions like Cambry to do research that could have led to local manufacture.
No, that is absolutely wrong. That gentleman has not got it right.
So he goes on to say, so let's not praise support that keeps us dependent.
No, that guy, Cambry has an entire production department or center, in case he didn't know.
Cambry has got
a production center.
Okay.
They don't produce drugs. That they don't do. But things that would support the process of treating people, they produce.
Research.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the research into it is what made it possible for us to manage the disease as well as we did. Yes.
Skeptic is saying, so you think the money will be used well, really? Were we given this money? Okay, is the money that we're supposed to be given? I think it was some 13.5 million or something of the sort, what I read. Is that money given to Kenya directly to build the facilities, or it is America spending 13 million to build the facility in Laikipia?
This thing is two-faced. There's an aspect of the agreement between Kenya and the US, which is budgeted to be about almost 206 billion. And is to be over the 5 years, and the real plan of it is that the money will be, there's a part that Kenya government also is contributing, and then this is to support this program, this agreement over 5 years, and then now Kenya takes up that process by themselves. While this one of Ebola and the quarantine unit, once there were reactions from both sides, then the U.S. Secretary of State indicated that they have given Kenya, giving Kenya government 13 $2.7 million. That's 1.7 billion to actually help in the quarantine preparation. So most of the time, if American or any other organizations uses money on any issue or on any infrastructure in the country, then that is always money given. So we are yet to discuss, actually, to ask. And that's why we are talking about the transparency. Is this money coming to government then to do these things and to handle this particular process, or is it directly to?
Okay.
So that's why we are saying there's
not even clear.
There's no clarity on what exactly is taking place.
Okay.
And you see, for there to be accountability, both for the public and even for the issue for the outbreak is coming in, the government must tell us what they have budgeted as a country for this. Because so far what we're just hearing is that particular amount that that is to be given.
Okay. Yeah. Then we have the real SC saying the FDA has approved 2 specific treatments, that is Inmazeb and Ebanga, which work by neutralizing the virus directly and have drastically improved survival rates. Is this something you know about?
As of yesterday, those are the immunoglobulins. They were mostly for the previous strains of Ebola, like the Zaire one and the one which was in Sierra Leone. But for this current one, the treatment testing and research is ongoing. The only thing is that even the vaccine of it is still ongoing. The research on it is ongoing.
Yes.
So basically that's but also part of management plans that are always done is that whether there's no treatment existing, whatever is available will be used to try to see how it manages this, because they're all viral.
Yeah. Lubanga is asking, Labangu. You know what? It's Laban Guardiola. You know, it's one word. So anyway,
call him Laban.
Yeah. So Laban is asking, if I sleep in a place Ebola patient once slept, it can be spread through linen? I'm assuming that's a question. If I sleep on the linen of someone where the Ebola, ntapata?
You know, there's one thing here. There's the body fluids. That's, you see, if the sweats and all that will make you get Ebola from another person with a contact.
Body fluids are everything, from tears to saliva, to sweat, to semen, to sweat, as long as it is a fluid from that person.
Yes.
But what I'm yet to confirm is, we have different viruses, like let's say the HIV virus.
Yes.
It is an RNA virus, whereby if you expose it to the natural environment, then you realize that it just dies. So even
it
dies very quickly. So I think the same with we must really confirm the same with
the Ebola
virus, because it may be if their surface, yes, the viruses were in there. If it is a DNA type of virus, then it means that after some time it won't it won't infect the person. But because of nature of it existing in sweat and causing the disease, there's high chances that when you have the
linen
that have been used, and you will get the disease. That's why it's highly contagious.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, if it can get through my skin and into my sweat and then transfer to somebody else, then we have I think I had seen a comment here. Luis is asking, you say Ebola has been in existence for 50 years and yet not even a single case in this reckless country of ours. Would you say we are immune to it? Kenyans immune to it?
The reality is that it just means that we've been able to protect our borders when there's other outbreaks. And I think in the last outbreak, we took a very center role in actually helping West African countries to manage, because we even sent healthcare workers. We even gave, I think Kenya government gave some dollars, $1 million to support the process.
Okay.
So ideally, the government has been a little bit proactive to help contain the disease in those particular places, and also monitor the borders in the period. So we believe that has been a positive thing to make sure that we don't have the disease across.
All right. So Luis, don't go exposing yourself to suspected patients. So there's Nini here, Willis Juma anasema, my thoughts, we should reject the construction of that Ebola isolation center. How desperate are we to welcome foreigners who have been rejected by their own government? We can't endanger our lives. Doctor, if we have those things that you said, have enough nurses, have enough doctors, have enough ICU beds, is that is that enough to say now we can have a center in Laikipia or in any other part of this country?
You know, we are really not fighting to have centers to protect or to anticipate cases. You get the point. What we are saying is that it's not good to have one and then bring people to that one who are already sick. Having quarantine centers across the country is a good thing. Having a plan for isolations unit in case we have sick patients is a good thing. Having stocking our hospitals and getting healthcare workforce is a good thing. Those are it's a whole thing. We can't just reduce the entire conversations to that particular point. So that is one thing that we must look into very strongly.
Okay.
But the reality is that when we ignore and say, okay, fine, we have a quarantine unit and it is only for this particular foreign nationals who will be coming to be treated there, then it essentially means we are going to expose the wananchi. And our call is that the same way Americans are putting their citizens first, it is key for the government of Kenya to put the Kenyans first by protecting them. And protections means that every other way, every mechanisms, the reductions in the exposure case of it, and in case there's anybody that's identified, there's ability to have them treated. Yes. And you know, if you compare what we're asking for, the health workforce, the facilities, the ICUs, all these, I've told you that in the last outbreak, when Americans were transported from Liberia, from West Africa, to America, those healthcare workers, those doctors, none of them died. You know why? Because they have elaborate hospitals that will manage the symptoms, manage the situations, and get people to be okay. Right. The ones that were, if you look at Germany, where the doctor, there's a doctor who was from DRC, was found sick with a family. And was to be flown to America, but then the flight was taken to Germany. They have a hospital that is meant for that. You get, so meaning that when you have enough of this health workforce who are going to see this particular patient, there's no risk of them getting infected. You get the point. And then there is all the equipment, all the requirements for you to get treated. But when you don't have that, and then you have a case, even the doctors or the nurses who are going to treat your risk of getting infected. Yes.
Okay.
You know, something must be said about these. There's something you call a skills transfer. We sometimes ignore it, but the reason why Kenya, even as we speak now, is as a center where people from all over the continent come to for treatment is because of the ability that over time Kenya has acquired, and the ability of some of our health facilities to actually take care of some very, very critical situations. It's not talked about on a daily basis, but if you're talking about the place where in East and Central Africa people will come to for treatment, it's actually here. Now, this controversial center that is being spoken of would add to the list of things that we will become more proficient in than we were before. The problem again is that you're being told of something that people don't know. So you don't know how to judge it. You do not know how to understand it. So you form your own opinion. And yet, the information about such things could easily have been relayed so that people understand. So even as we're debating from a position of knowledge. But right now, we don't know very many things. Yes.
Okay.
Because ideally, if we have a plan to like this societal approach to this biosecurity, this issue, whereby the government was able to tell people from the start, this is our plan, this is what we are doing, this you give us your input to the situation, we will not have these particular reactions. The reactions are coming because none of the government was able to tell us what is happening. In fact, we are out asking for that information. I don't know how they're talking and how they're giving the different information, but that is out of these reactions. While on the other side, the person that you have talked to are saying this is what they're doing, and whatever they're doing, you know the statement that Rubio said was inflammatory in its nature. Because when you say we will not allow any sick, any confirmed Ebola or suspected in our country, in our borders. We will take them all to Kenya. So does it mean that this disease cannot affect Kenyans? You know what it comes to.
That
makes Kenya more of an isolation ward, by the way.
I for lack of a better word, I felt insulted as a Kenyan because mbona huko kwenu mwezi peleka watu, mbona mnawaleta huku? And I was asking City here on Friday, do you think we can build an isolation facility in America? We cannot. We cannot. Yes. Whether it's for Ebola or for anything else.
So the agreement may have, you see, when it is well communicated and there is transparency and accountability component of this particular conversation, there will be reality change on it. And the city has put it earlier, HIV through the USAID changed lives.
Yeah.
There are so many people in this country who can't afford ARVs. There are so many people who have been able to live normally because of this. Because of the USAID program that has been there. And government of Kenya thought that, okay, when the USAID was ended, because they are not prepared, they must have mechanisms to continue with that particular agreement. Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
But that does not mean that there has to be no accountability.
True.
Yes. True. So agreement may be good, but the way it is being rolled out, the opaqueness, the secrecy on it, then means there are a lot of things that are not paying to it. Even the issues of data in this particular agreement was a concern last year. And that was just because there is no openness in our now the government is dealing with the citizens, with the stakeholders in this.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're still not learning.
And when that is happening, then everybody has a free to judge and to say whatever they want to put in place. Yes.
What do you think about this thing by the government? I don't know if to call it a new initiative or what. They are saying new mothers, newborn baby everywhere, something of the sort. I know I'm getting it wrong. But it's some sort of Linda Mama.
Yeah, like every man, every woman, every child, everywhere.
That one.
The initiative is good in a sense that it almost mirrors the Linda Mama component of NHIF that we had, because what it then means is that you can go to any facility as a mother and you get the service that you need. Same to the child, same to your child. While you see the Social Aid Authority had put a limited package over that particular access that was making some mothers not able to access that particular care. So what we expect also is, launching a project is one thing, but then implementations of it to have the outcome and impact that is necessary is another thing. So we don't expect just to be another launch, the same way we've been having launch of this and launch of that. Yes. But ideally, the message and what is mirrored with it is to protect the mothers and the children, to reduce the maternal mortality and the infant mortality.
Yeah, I've gotten it now. It is every woman, every newborn, everywhere. Sorry, inaitwa Ewene.
Yes.
And it's an acceleration plan for 2026 to 2028.
Yes.
All right. The cabinet secretary has been summoned to parliament to explain this whole quarantine thing. I think it's tomorrow. What should we expect from that session?
I think I saw the cabinet secretary also on Citizen TV. I think yesterday or the day before, and it was now more of they realized there's questions from the Kenyans that are actually very genuine.
Yeah,
it's not just a political conversation, because we are not politicians. Actually, we really need real response and real answers. So we expect the cabinet secretary to give us the plan on managing the outbreak in the country in terms of what is the health workforce capacity and how do they expect to increase it or to employ more health workforce. That's one thing. The doctors, the nurses, and all the clinicians. That's one key thing. Number two is, how is the plan for the quarantine of Kenyans and the isolation and the facilities, and what is the coordination plan between the national government and the county government? Because we must also know that health is devolved. Then the other answers that they must give is, in the time to come up with the quarantine in Laikipia.
Yes.
What were the undertones in it? Yes. And is it that they're going to import the suspected or sick patients from DRC to Kenya? Yes. And what are they doing as a country in containment of the disease?
Bear in mind also that the thing about a quarantine and what it does is this. You've been working in an area where there's an outbreak. You're brought into the quarantine specifically to determine whether you have been infected or not. Not that you've been. Those who are determined to be infected are isolated.
But City, so you've been quarantined because you were exposed, but we can see you're very healthy. So we need to quarantine you so that we can determine.
Yes.
What if we find that you're actually infected?
You'll be isolated. Yes.
Where?
See, the same hospital.
Same place.
It's a hospital.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's, I think, for Kenyans, that's the biggest issue. Nani anasema hapa, this is Brylis. Brylis is saying, when critics, medical unions, and the High Court state that biosecurity conditions were bypassed, they mean that President William Ruto's administration ignored Kenya's mandatory legal frameworks. Is that true?
You know what? the orders that were gotten in court were stopping everything, and I think it means even all foreigners, even WHO could not set up things. But I think this matter is coming to court tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Yeah, and I believe it's the forum that the government has to express whether they've complied with the orders or not, because what these orders want is what everybody wants to know. People want transparency over whatever is happening in Laikipia and the plan of government for the Ebola outbreak in the country. So that is very, very key.
Yeah.
Yes. And we cannot assume that because it is going to be in Laikipia, we cannot have it in Mandera.
Yeah.
Or we cannot have it in Busia. One key thing is an approach should be there for all Kenyans.
Yes.
And there should not be a situation whereby we say that the isolation unit or the quarantine unit that is being set up is only for particular individuals.
Yeah.
And we must
be citizens.
Or citizens. And it also must be very clear that it is better to manage diseases at source or at a epicenter that come from than transferring them to a different place, unless yes.
Do you think, Daktari, if a Kenyan, God forbid, is infected in DRC Congo, he or she will be flown into Laikipia?
I mean, that's what
that is what has been said, but
yes.
do you think?
But that's the clarity that is being sought.
That's clarity that is being sought, actually. And that's why we're asking for the equity. That's
the clarity. I mean, okay, so it's in our country.
Let me ask you that question. In DRC, Kivu today, God forbid, a Kenyan, is infected. Do you think that Kenyan will be flown into Laikipia?
But, you know, the answer hasn't changed, really, because the lack of clarity as to who it is. This is a facility in our country.
Yes.
And there are very many people in that region who are not necessarily African, they're not necessarily Kenyan. What happens if they're infected? Is this going to be a regional center where anybody who is at risk is brought to, or is it just going to be specifically for Americans? It's the clarity that is being sought. Yes.
Because according to the government, Kenyans and Americans will be flown into that particular facility.
You know, until I see documents.
See, that may be reactionary.
Yes.
Yes.
No. That one, no.
Yes. And you see now we have so many Kenyans in DRC.
Yeah.
Yes. And why would it have been that was not communicated until this point?
Paul, it is next. When we had COVID, the UN put up money, 1 billion Kenyan shillings, and built a hospital directly opposite Nairobi Hospital.
Yes, I remember President Uhuru alienda akaifunga.
So let me ask you the question. Were only UN staff being admitted to that hospital?
To be honest, I don't know.
Well, that is for you to find out. When you have a facility, now that we don't have the threat of COVID, what happens at hospital? Is it being used as a hospital? The answer is yes. Okay? The absence of clear knowledge on that subject matter causes problems.
And that's why there are pros and reactions to it. Because what people are seeking for is a disclosure of the information towards that.
Dr. As we let you go, the same way the world population acquired herd immunity against COVID-19, we did acquire herd immunity, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Is it possible to acquire herd immunity against something like Ebola?
you see, Ebola is is an hemorrhagic fever, and the nature of it, the way it occurs is very different. Yeah, the different strains that have been coming, you can look. You see that the previous one we had was high. The fatality was higher than the current one, but in every exposure, somebody who has gotten a viral has some immunity to it, but it doesn't mean that the nature of it, we can say that now we ignore and say no, we will be okay. No, that's why. You see, we put Ebola in that level of 4 pathogens.
Okay.
That these are diseases that whenever they occur, the fatality is very high.
Okay.
Yeah, the management is also a very high process.
All right.
Yeah. So with this one, I think there still has to be. We have to keep safe.
Yeah.
Every Kenyan must keep safe. Everyone must keep safe. We must, in every way, see a value to support containment also in DRC and also in Uganda.
All right. Yes. Sawa Daktari. I guess this is where we shall come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. Happy Madaraka Day to you and your family and to the union as well. Muwasalimie na muendelee kututembelea, muendelee kutupasha habari vilivyo. See you folks tomorrow morning, bright and early. Don't forget though, the station programming still continues. Rania Abdi coming through for the retro box with Thige, and later on we shall also have Lady Mathai with the not retro box but power drive. And then in the evening, definitely I'll be back here tonight to talk about more political matters. So why don't you stay tuned?
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. For many years, Wajir County has been associated with underdevelopment, insecurity, and economic challenges. But residents say the county is now experiencing significant transformation. As Wajir County hosts Kenya's 63rd Madaraka Day celebration today, major infrastructure projects and increased government attention have brought a renewed sense of optimism among residents. Residents who spoke to